Good morning, good morning, good morning. Well, today is an anticipated day of trial, isn't it? It is day 23. It is June 12th. We are 23 days into this trial. 23 days into trial. And the lead investigator or case agent, Trooper Michael Proctor, is on the stand. Today, we are going to be doing the cross-examination of Trooper Proctor. I don't know. I'm going to put up a poll. I don't know if we're going to finish that cross-examination today. Maybe we will. Today is a full day of court. And since court started a bit late this morning, we are going to be able to zoom through some of the things. So we are going to join court this morning and, well, listen to a buttload of Michael Proctor's text. Isn't that what we're doing today? How many times will Alan Jackson say the words that are in Michael Proctor's text? I think that the limit does not exist. This is going to be difficult for the prosecution to overcome if they can. I'm waiting to see the rest of the evidence that is not connected to Michael Proctor, which is going to be independent law enforcement officers, witnesses that don't know him, and, well, any accident reconstructionists that don't work with him. And that's going to be tough because it seems that most in this investigation worked closely with Michael Proctor. And it seems to me that his relationship with at least some of the witnesses led him to believe them immediately without a kind of trust but verify and see where the evidence leads type of an investigation. So with that, law nerds, we're here to do this together. So let's go. And replay crew, love you. Everything will be timestamped down below. And for those of you that need to pop in and out, well, today's probably not the day for that. But if you have to, because life's while trial happens, we'll keep you up to date in the Law Nerd app, iOS or Android, lawnerd.app.com. We're going to just roll this intro and get into court because I'm ready for hear ye. It's time. Law Nerd's trial coverage begins now. Let's just
bring the jury.
Bruh. It's time to bring the jury. It's time to bring the jury. Let's go. Good to see you guys.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
We've got court gained up, and hopefully we're right into the hear ye of it all. That's my goal every day, is to not miss the hear ye's.
Hear ye.
I find them delightful.
Have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
So court started a bit late this morning.
22117,
we're on
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Less of a delay.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Oh, Chad, I did say we were going to start on code red today. Our code red is carrying over from, well, it's so sunny, it's hard. Our code red is carrying over from last week. Or not last week, gosh, Monday.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything?
The jurors are like, oh gosh, we want nothing to do with anything about this case outside of this case.
So now you know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case.
Oh, that's why they were late. We had just talked about this. I had just talked about how surprised I was that we had not lost a single juror yet. And here we are, with the court letting the jury know that one juror is not able to continue on with the case. So they have lost one juror, which is not surprising.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no. So by now you know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case with us. And you may know why, but it's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that. And there's one instruction I need to give you. You'll remember that When
It
digital
doesn't
evidence
surprise
or
me
text
in a case this
messages
long
were introduced
that we've
earlier, I
lost
gave you an instruction. I'm
one
required
juror.
to give you this instruction again.
That's why they have so many. I'm going to speed up her digital evidence instruction, but that's why they have so many alternates, especially in a case of this length. At some point, you're going to lose a juror. And now that the judge is back at the microphone, I can't yell, speak up. But now we're back at the microphone and it's loud.
Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who
They had at
authored or
least
sent
4
or
jurors.
transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right, with that, can we
She
bring the
did
witness
give
in,
it
please?
quite a lot, that instruction. Jurors can be no longer able to participate for a variety of reasons. Work, health is normally one of the big ones. Health of a family member, loss of a family member, health of a spouse, health of a child. There can be a ton of reasons jurors are like, I can't keep doing this. So one juror is unable to continue. That's not unusual in the case this long. I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner, honestly.
Good morning, Trooper.
So I think we have 5 alternates or 4 alternates now.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to admit the packet of text messages with bait stamps inclusive of
These stacks of text, Your Honor.
02680,
These stacks of text.
02685 that was referred to on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
And we are very early this morning, zooming past the sidebar, because they are talking about text that they had talked about previously. So yesterday I had the occasion to speak with local CBS to Boston and was talking to one of the reporters who's in the courtroom. And I was like, can I ask a question? She's like, of course, ask me anything. I'm like, how loud is it when those air conditioners are on? And she said from where the media sits, there are times she cannot hear anything the witnesses or lawyers are saying because it gets so loud in the courtroom, and that the microphones do not project anything within the courtroom. So even though the court is like, speak up, even when they pull the mic closer, it doesn't seem to help. And was talking about how difficult it has become to hear. And then when the AC is off, how humid and stuffy it gets in the courtroom. So it is become
May I, Your Honor?
quite
Yes.
One more
a
matter of
situation.
housekeeping. I have another set of
Stacks of
iOS
documents.
messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right, if you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Can we just do it all now? Can we do it? Can we do it all? Can we just do it all together?
Your Honor, may I stand at counsel table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
Can I stand at counsel table to deal with
Let's
this?
try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamp numbers.
I'm
Next
gonna.
packet would be 2680 through.
Oh, Jackson, you're going to
2685.
1.25.
Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark's easy.
We didn't talk about the
Second
jurors'
one is
reactions to the
25,
text because it's going to be, I think, in the coverage
45.
from that. And so when I have that, I'll
Next
put it in the
Single page,
I'll put it in
2625.
the app so you guys can see it.
The next
So
packet
I've
would
seen
be
a lot of people
2662,
saying that they have seen
2679.
the jurors kind of taken aback
The
by
next
the
is two
text.
pages, 2623
He is sped up.
2624.
going through. We're going to get
Next
into a
packet would be
lot more text
25,
messages today than we got into with the state.
And 2526.
So
Following that, 2618.
we will
and 2620.
we will get into it. If it's Proctor's
Back to
text message,
2628.
then let them all in. They'll let everything relevant to the case
2634, and
in.
finally,
for sure. And the judge,
inclusive of
the judge
25,
telling him
23,
to move through this
26, 17.
is because he should have had these all marked
All right,
coming
Madam
in
Court Reporter, if
after
you'd
a
be
day
so
off in
kind,
court.
please. Thank you.
It just takes time to do it, though. So the captions are up in the top. They're on.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I don't know if the judge knows that we can hear how heavily she is sighing. So we have zoomed through 10 minutes of court at least, and nothing has happened yet. So zoom, 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 zoom,
Thank you.
zoom, zoom.
All right, go right ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
Whew.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you.
Jackson does talk fast. As a fellow fast talker, he talks fast even for me. So we're gonna
You wouldn't mind to
put him down to regular
turn
speed.
to tab 2 in the binder in front of you.
Sir, we have a binder with stacks of texts in it. We're gonna go through all of them. Good luck. It's gonna be a day
Can you
for
take
you,
a look
sir.
at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants
A private text thread. Not anymore.
that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in
What
there
is
that are
this,
identified by
Tombstone?
at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals
Oh, you know
that
we
this
didn't.
particular
You know we
set of
didn't.
chats would ever become public,
You
did
know
you?
he didn't.
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right
I believe that answer, by the way.
of the document in
I
tab
believe
2.
that
Do you
answer.
recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that
I
page in
never
front of
thought
you?
this would be public.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this
Facts.
chat, this group chat was taking place on January 29th
This
at
is
about
very helpful with the
10:52
date.
p.m., correct?
Correct.
Which time
And-
zone? Eastern?
The person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Chip
Correct.
is
First
Proctor's
of all,
nickname.
you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer.
The identity of
You
the
were willing
victim.
to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was
Oh,
about 16
sir.
hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Sir.
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
I'm
Yes.
sure that's
You
true.
knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends again
That day.
16 hours into this investigation,
That
right?
day.
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange,
Interesting.
let's turn to 2532, actually.
He knew 16 hours in that this wasn't going to implicate another cop. Immediately knew that.
You have that in front of you?
Very,
I do.
very interesting.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit. Correct?
Correct.
He is so
How did
happy
you
to say
take
curse
that to
words in
mean?
court.
Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah,
Said the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
The enunciation
Correct.
on the
And he's not
curse
going to be
words, Alan.
implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop.
Put it on the screen so we can all read along together. Yay.
The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question.
Oh boy.
Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope.
We're going to be
Next text.
here a while.
He's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
Sounds like it to me. Chat, let me know what you
it's just
think.
saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
And
Yes.
you've never walked
To your
into the house.
satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get the finish
So-
your answer.
He said to the
To my
members of my unit.
satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm
Alan,
going to
that's
let
your
it stand.
question.
Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
You can object
The fact of
non-responsive,
the matter
Alan.
is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had investigated,
He had no intention of going in the home ever. He had no intention of going in the home ever. Right? For those of you that are just joining this case today, let me know in the chat with a 1. I'm curious how many of you saw reporting of these text messages and were like, today is the day and this is the one. And we are jumping into this case now.
Question.
I'm curious.
A grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Good to see
Yes.
everybody.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that
They're all
backdrop
friends with your
that
sister,
you wrote,
right?
Nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
It's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner,
Yeah, we don't believe you, sir.
must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
He
All right,
must have
so
been a puddle.
He can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
Wow.
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in
I don't think
someone's
he
yard.
just fell.
And you decided to use the word
Some shit
waffled
happened
him,
before that.
correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again.
I thought he was drunk, which means there's a conversation preceding this because he said, I thought he was drunk. I think in this point is referring to the victim.
Again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight piece is underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for it.
You did.
I asked, did you in your
kinda
mind
did.
have this case wrapped
No,
up?
Alan, you
Was it
kinda
cut and
did.
dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
Because he said she
And then you
waffled
wrote,
him.
that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given
He
to me,
said
sir, was
That's yes
for
or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation
It's not
with an
gonna
open
get better.
mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injury.
We have heard testimony ad nauseum about a handful of things. 1, the waterfall and the high top tables. 2, the snow. And 3, the fact that your unit does not take cases until somebody is declared. So I don't think that this was a medical situation when you received it, because the first time they called state police, everybody said, no, he's not been declared yet. So I don't know if anybody thought it was a medical situation.
Injuries, and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that because
All
he
right.
doesn't have a lot of the signs of a vehicle collision?
You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
He could say, so in your mind, that
Bird writes,
made you believe it was a physical altercation.
Bear, let's focus, correct?
Because there's no road rash.
Yes,
Who's Bear?
that's another nickname I have.
How many nicknames do you have?
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean?
The
And then
chat
Bird writes,
also wrote
what's
that.
the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
Well, sir, that pause kind of helps us determine what your answer is.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough.
plus.
A person out of the shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour.
High speed.
So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay.
On Monday,
So
the
someone-
chat was ready to
you
choose the
indicated
bear, sir.
on
They were
Monday,
referring to your nickname, just
examination by Mr.
so you're
Mallory.
aware.
You've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents,
Right.
correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per
There
hour the
aren't that
vehicle is
many.
traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Okay, next question.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
Yeah. A multitude of
That
things.
statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't
knew-
care at that point when you wrote that. You didn't.
Sir, are you aware that you're sitting here in a second-degree murder trial where they are trying her for both an intentional and an unintentional killing? You know that we're there, right? That they didn't just charge her with the unintentional. I mean, initially they just charged her with the unintentional, and then they chose to charge her with more. I still don't know what changed your mind.
Care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Bijou Girl asked, how can a jury member believe Proctor? You guys let me know in the chat. Do you believe these text messages are what he was thinking about the case? I don't know if you believe his testimony, but do you believe the text messages? I'm curious what you think.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of
You guys are
he
mixed
was
on whether you
frozen in the
believe his
driveway
texts or not.
and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
Oh.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
I don't.
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question
Talking
for a
about Brian
second time.
Albert.
Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of
Chat,
fact, not
I
one
love being
time.
here with almost 30,000
Not
of y'all
once
because I like
in
seeing
this
what you
entire
think.
group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing
what you were doing?
John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
Here's the thing. For those of you that are new to this case today, and I saw a lot of you that are like, I tuned in for the cross-examination. I don't blame you. Here's the thing. They went to high school with all of these people, whether it was their siblings or not. That group text is his group text of friends from Canton High School. So they all grew up there. He grew up there. His sister's close friends with the part of the Albert family. They all know each other. This is so local. I mean, if you're going to spill the tea in a group text to your friends about an investigation that's ongoing, which you shouldn't, that involves multiple people you went to high school with, are you telling me that you're not like, yeah, the home owned by Brian Albert, you remember so-and-so's sister or so-and-so's brother or married to so-and-so? We all know how this goes, sir. Because they would all know everybody. Karen did not
I
grow
don't believe
up with
I
all these
named the
folks.
defendant.
Not yet, you didn't.
So-
Later in the chat.
I'm surprised that he didn't
Okay, correct.
say
5051 then
It's
writes,
so-and-so's
the
house.
BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
that's actually an interesting question.
Yes.
And a few texts
Are some of
later,
these friends
you look
cops?
down a few texts at about 11 o'clock.
Because
You see a text that starts, nah, cat.
I haven't put bra on the soundboard yet, but it's coming.
I do, sir, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text
Boston
back.
PD?
I'm sorry. Can I have a moment?
Yeah.
Boston PD didn't have to recuse themselves.
Look at that page.
I see where you're at,
Canton
sir.
did.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Jay Wildberry, I did tell my kiddo that we were
Now-
making a code bruh.
If we could turn to
And he said,
page 2537.
We're going to get into a lot more of these texts than we did on direct. I'm surprised we got into as many of them as we
50-51.
did on direct,
Writes,
honestly.
but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
Bird clocked it early.
And then Trooper Proctor,
Bird
you
did-
responded,
Bird didn't even know about the solo cups.
yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
I like
Absolutely
seeing
not.
Jackson's
Follow the
handwritten
facts and the
notes.
evidence from that day on the 29th.
Yannetti.
And everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry, since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we?
I'm surprised there wasn't an objection to that.
5051,
honestly.
a little further down says, gotta be.
I like still being
I
surprised.
could only
23
imagine what
days in.
internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there,
Ah,
correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind,
is
you
5051 also
interpreted
a
that as
cop?
being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was
Is
found
dead
dead
in somebody's.
on that officer's lawn,
Yep.
correct?
Objection.
Yep.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears, and he writes, she hot at least, correct?
His inflection is picking up. At
And what
some
was your
point.
response to that?
You know what your
From all
response
accounts,
was.
he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong.
It's real
She's a
early for
whack
that.
job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
But sir, you didn't have.
I'm going to pause this real quick before we get back into the see you next Tuesday that's going to inevitably start dropping all around this courtroom. On Monday, I thought when he said he didn't do anything wrong, he was referring to previous text messages about she waffled him because the prosecutor had kind of skipped through. And it didn't occur to me that that is following immediately the Boston Internal Affairs. And he might have said it, but the Boston Internal Affairs is going to be trying to get out there. So when he was saying on Monday, he didn't do anything wrong is referring to Brian Albert, I thought he was contemporaneously switching who he was talking about and that he had been referring to John O'Keefe at the time of the text messages. But in that context of Boston PD's IA is going to be involved, and he's like, he didn't do anything wrong. Now I can understand in context where he might be making that determination 16 hours in about Brian Albert going through these one by one. But I think that's actually worse because it shows that he's already determined that Brian Albert did absolutely nothing wrong, and 100% this is on Karen Reed very early on in this investigation. So that's at least helpful that we get the context of all of it. It's a little easier to follow doing it again. But if you guys want to keep track of how many times between the two of them they dropped the "see you next Tuesday" word, just keep count.
Have all accounts. Did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert,
That's
who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
And
There was another
EMS.
additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt.
Oh, he's
Right?
just leaned
Yes.
all the way in.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though.
She's
No
not
ass.
from here.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
Yeah.
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking.
Massachusetts residents. Anyone who would like to share some context of the Weird Fall River Weird Fall River accent that he's talking about? Are we talking about the bougier bits versus the not bougier bits? What are we talking about? Because I think this is a she's not from here, she's not one of us situation. So you let me know. What are we talking about? All of y'all are around. Fall River is not bougie. Okay, the opposite of that. Thank you. Thank you, chat, for all of you who are local. I know lots of you are, so we appreciate it.
About her body.
The jury has context. We just don't.
Correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then. Correct?
Correct.
Well,
In
she's
other
definitely
words,
become
well,
newsworthy.
If she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I don't know. I think that comment might be the fact that
Then
if
50-51
attractive people
says,
are involved in shit, the news
"Oh,
actually
she's
covers
skating."
it more.
Right?
Correct.
Thank
And
you,
what
chat.
did you write after that?
My response was zero chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
Wow.
She's fucked.
Excuse me, sir. I'd like to ask who is fucked in this situation. At this point, has your perception changed? So
Zero chance she skates. She's fucked.
oh
Right?
god, he just
Correct.
leans in.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided
Yeah.
individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
Alan, the enunciation.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
He thinks she already caught it, though. So
What did you mean then And you said,
I can't say I
She's
didn't love
fucked.
swearing in court. I'm not going to pretend.
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office who went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
Overwhelming.
what you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I'm going to make sure.
Really does put a
am
lot
gonna
of
make
emphasis
sure
on that.
Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Leaning in.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was
Proctor?
unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm
Hey,
asking
Proctor?
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time,
Excuse me, Proctor, do you still think that she is a no-ass bitch? Like, I'm waiting for Alan to just ask that question.
apparently.
Then you sent a picture,
It's probably one of the least
just to
offensive
add
things he
to
said in these
it,
texts.
pile on, of Miss Reed
If we're scaling
being
it.
arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543.
Oh, boy. Amy, I saw you in the chat. Good luck with your surgery today.
Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
No one will ever call you
Yes.
a no-ass bitch. I love you.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022.
Oh, wild.
A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
Right. They're not done
And you
yet.
write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
Here's the thing, as we're going through these texts, here's my thoughts. Y'all saw Jen McCabe testify. Some of you might not have, but if you didn't see Jen McCabe testify, Jen McCabe does not have any love lost for Karen Reed. And Jen McCabe clearly thought Karen was crazy in her testimony. So I would not be surprised if Jen McCabe's retelling, you saw how she testified on the stand. I'm not surprised if the way Jen McCabe told this trooper what happened is what formed his opinion on all of the she's a whack job, whatever, because we saw how Jen McCabe portrayed Karen Reed on the stand. So I think he listened to whatever Jen McCabe said and went, yep, I'm adopting everything this witness said with no other evidence and just going with that. And then it's just like, this is it. It's just took all what Jen said, what Jen McCabe said, and went, yeah, that's who this person is. That's what it is. This is all coming from Jen McCabe. I'm actually glad in order of witnesses, we've seen Jen McCabe's testimony already before we got to him, because we can see where this is coming from. But his job is to parse those things out. His job is to be like, okay, well, that's a little strong. Her testimony was very exaggerated. And to maybe go, okay, well, this is a woman who's like doing CPR on her boyfriend covered in his blood at almost 6 a.m. in the morning. There's a lot going on here. So maybe we need to wait and see. But I wonder how much he just took Jen's word for it, because they're all friends with his family. That is what I am left wondering as we get into all of this. That he talked to Jen, he talked to Carrie, he talked to one first responder, he saw the victim at the hospital and was like, yep, good enough for me.
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor,
I've never heard
explain
anyone
to the
refer to an
jurors
asshole
what
as a balloon knot.
is.
Explain it on the stand. Explain that it's a butthole, sir. You've
Your,
already said
essentially,
cunt.
I guess your rectum area.
Your anus.
You're asshole, sir. You've already said cunt on the stand, and now you're worried about saying asshole? Come on.
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
This is exactly what he was referring to.
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed?
Yep.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
For all of you asking, how does he know? CEG, my last comments about who he was talking to before this.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
You know who this came from?
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
I'm just going to pause for a minute to point out the strategy of Jackson's work here. The only thing we know on the record, other than Karen telling others she wanted a separate hotel room, saying that she needed to go home because her stomach wasn't feeling well, and the rest of it, the only medical condition we know so far in this trial is that she has multiple sclerosis. Jackson is using this witness to get in information that otherwise would not come in through any witness because of his text messages. Because his text messages, I believe, this is speculation, based on what Jen McCabe told him, he's now able to go through everything that Karen Reed has been through medically that has not yet come in and has not been heard by the jury. So now it's getting worse for the jury. Are you aware of how bad her health has been? So for all of you in the chat saying she has Crohn's too, the jury doesn't know that. The jury doesn't know that. So for Jackson, he is using this witness's texts to get into the fact that she has other medical issues and let the jury hear that. It is very smart because that is a lot of medical stuff going on that otherwise I don't know how he would get in front of the jury. And now he's getting it right in front of the jury by using this witness's knowledge or lack thereof. It is very, very smart. Very
Were you aware
smart.
at the time that you wrote this that Miss
Very
Reed had
smart.
suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several
So
years prior?
many
10.
surgeries.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of?
Right, then why did you say that?
Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir.
No. Why are her medical issues relevant? At this point, it humanizes her. It also explains some of her behavior in Aruba.
You did.
Because in Aruba, she had asked for a separate room. So they were, the prosecution was trying to make it out as if she had some maybe issues with John O'Keefe. Maybe there were problems there. And that's why she wanted a separate room in Aruba. Not that she has some gastrointestinal stuff and maybe wanted a separate room aside from the teenagers. Getting into this now allows the defense to argue it because now it's in evidence a bit. The answer that he didn't know these things existed is there, but now the evidence is in front of the jury to talk about it. So that's why it's becoming relevant, because it's going to rebut some of the things that the prosecution wanted to point out. And it is consistent with the statement Karen Reed told law enforcement that she didn't want to stay at 34 Fairview because her stomach was bugging her and she wanted to go home. So that's why we're getting into all of this.
I'm sorry.
It also humanizes the
take another
defendant to the
shot
jury.
at and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor
Lyndon, astute as
Miss
always.
Reed
Yes.
was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
Yeah, he definitely wasn't done yet.
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543.
That's the flip side of it, chat. For those of you saying, but drinking that much
On the same
with
date, February
with some of
2nd,
these medical issues
2022,
raises a
about
question.
4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Emily, do not
Yes.
say what you're thinking.
And you wrote,
Just, I'll take a moment to fill it in. You just,
"Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
oh, these other
Correct.
friends are cops. The friends in the group, Emily, you've been speculating that some of the friends in the group text might be cops elsewhere because they're talking about IA and who has jurisdiction. Now it's what are you guzzling on? And it's nothing, writing a warrant. So now we have confirmation that some of the high school buddies are in fact also law enforcement of some kind, because otherwise you're not writing a warrant.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video
That's
he
funny.
sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
The
Yes, that's
warrant
what he wrote.
with the band warrant.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar. Take that down, please.
Well, now I want to see what was on the screen. We're going to zoom. But again, there are times that Jackson leans real heavy into the cursey words in court. I'm not offended. But the way he punctuates them is such a stark contrast to Lally, who, there's a lot more reporters than Gallery. Lally, whose voice and tonation is the same every single time. And Jackson is like spitting the word fuck out of his mouth every time he can say it. But I'm interested to see what we get into with this text.
Without
that-
reference to
So let's see.
without
that-
reference to
Take that down.
Go ahead, pull it up. Without reference to the specifics of what was
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
sure.
You were just at sidebar. There is something on those texts that an objection has been sustained to. We'll see what it is. I think all the texts are kind of open. Not all of them are necessarily relevant, but we will see. All right. We're getting back from sidebar.
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at,
What specific words are in that exchange that haven't already been said?
it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss
Oh,
Miss Reed's medical issues.
it's other
correct?
people's
Objection.
texts.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
This judge is going to be pissed if he said at sidebar, I'm just going to ask this and then rephrased it differently. This is getting into hearsay because it's not for explaining this witness's text messages. The reason the friends' texts come in is because they give context to this witness's texts. Otherwise, they are hearsay. So he wants to get into what else the friends are saying, but it is hearsay. It's not appropriate. And if it doesn't give context to this witness's texts, it's not appropriate. And the judge is saying, we just told you this. And it's now been put on the screen in front of the jury. These are hearsay. And Jackson's just like, yeah, don't give a fuck, is kind of where he's at the moment. But that's why the judge is admonishing him, saying, Jackson, that's not what you said. She hasn't put him in custody. So there's that. But hearsay is the problem.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
So that's not
Monday,
Bev being shitty. That's
you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your
That's what he
investigation,
said.
correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
You didn't think anyone was looking at these text messages, did you?
It's the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are the moral
Do you
principles
believe
with
that
us?
integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct.
I think he's
Is that what you're doing?
embarrassed.
For those
This is-
text,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
This is going to get to him not apologizing to
Proctor,
Karen
you ever
Reed
apologize to Miss Reed?
Objection.
like that.
Sustained.
He hasn't, it seems. No, I don't know if he.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation and this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Oh, this is going to be an
Correct.
interesting line of questioning.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
You said what?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those
He's like, I
minutes
don't
in
know what
order
I said.
to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
He's like, no,
Objection.
I don't
Sustained.
remember
As you
that.
sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
That's correct.
Do you remember what you said?
No. he
During
doesn't.
that proceeding, no.
Right.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
He just said that.
Yes.
I don't know if it's going to get any better.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
Today is going to be wild. He's not
Tell me, I
brought.
have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to zoom past Jackson, taking a moment to find the part of the transcript he's looking for.
You review that and look up when you finish.
The witness has the whole fucking binder, so he's just giving him the pages. Good prep for the defense team on that. Do you see the binder he has? So he can just flip through the text and whatever. Smart. It's going to take less time. He's reviewing his grand jury testimony. This is presumably the federal grand jury testimony. For those of you that are newer to watching this case, the jury does not know it's a federal grand jury, or at least they've not been expressly told. Some witnesses have been like, what, you mean with the feds? So it's kind of come out, but the feds are investigating this case. I'm not going to get into it more than that. I haven't taken a deep dive into that investigation. I want to do that after this case is done. It is incredibly unusual that there is a ongoing known federal investigation into a case
refresh your recollection
while it's going to trial.
Question and answer.
It's wild.
That you had a series of questions and answers that you had
Wild.
While you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding.
Yes, sir.
Jackson, may we approach?
Yes.
Medicated moment. You are in jury duty. I don't know how they can make you go to meetings while you're in jury duty. I mean, granted, we are the the alternate jury, but we are the lauded jury is impaneled. So yes, you are in jury duty. Just my team has meetings today too that I'm sure they wish they could get out of, because they're like, wait a second, this is getting spicy. I don't want to be in jury duty. We're zooming past the side bar as best we can.
You are unmuted.
So, Nishay, I saw your
you were asked
your
the
chat.
question.
Thank you. I should have done super chats while I was zooming. Nishay, you are welcome. It is not as bad as you think. And look, as we are talking about the defendant's medical issues, it's probably a good reminder that it's not as scary as it feels. Go get checked, and you need to know. It is good to know. So Nishay, I've got you, and you're welcome, and I'm here. So, but I was nervous my first time too. You never know.
Did you communicate
Wasn't
with
that
First
bad.
Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this, because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Jackson, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony, that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's.
It's actually worse.
I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was, no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Right.
Or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do know the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And
Of course, the DA's office asked.
Try
And if
this
I was
again.
the DA, I'd be fucking
meaning you told
livid.
First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know,
Fucking livid.
didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have been a good time to pipe up and say, well,
Look, I was a DA for over 10 years. If I found out later that this dude is saying, no, I had no relationship with the Alberts, no relationship with the McCabe's, but members of the Albert family had been over to your parents' house, I think the full answer is, I don't have a close relationship, but these are my siblings' closest friends. So there is a connection there. Disclose more. Maybe that's why Lally put all the text in. Is Lally pissed at you too, sir? I got questions.
I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question. I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Laura,
But your
I think the
was
answer is
one
puckered.
word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
He doesn't
You
think it's a
also told-
problem.
ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships
all the
or
tea is
know
in here.
members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it?
Sir, did Lally rip your face off when he found out about this? Because I imagine the level of pissed if you told Lally, no, I don't have relationships with any of these people.
You did know, you do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert
Like, that's
or
not in
McCabe
testimony.
families? How about
How
that
do you not
part
just
of the
disclose
question?
it?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabes. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see.
Are you treating this like an LSAT question? You're like, well, no modifies Alberts and McCabe's, and I don't know the McCabe's, so that answer is no. And relationship modifies Albert and McCabe's, and I don't really have a relationship with the Alberts, so the answer is no. Are you really playing word games with this when the DA asked you? You're on cross, and that's different. But when the people that have to prosecute this case were talking to you, you just told everybody, no, we're all good. Guess what? That's not true.
So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence. And where relationships are concerned,
He was like,
you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't
fine.
have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabe's because you don't know the McCabe's. That's what you did?
No.
Objection.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie.
You lied.
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
Lally,
I'll let
sit
him
down.
know. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
And it was Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family,
That's not
that would
true.
have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's not true.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay. Jurors feel.
Oh, it's stretch time. All right. I'm going to take a little bit of a stretch too. You guys, make sure you're hydrated. It's going to be a long day. I'm going to zoom as best I can. Should I be answering some of your chats? Yes. Do I want to get back into what the fuck he's saying? Yes. And we'll answer all of those when we get a break because the parsing and the word games is so wild to me. Just say it. For all of you asking, does this mean perjury? No, not necessarily. He's saying, but that's not how I interpreted the question. The jury, he is pointing out to the jury, Alan Jackson is, that even in prior testimony, he's like, I don't know them. Who are you talking about? I don't know her. She doesn't even go here. But there's a jury instruction about witness credibility, and all the lawyers in the chat are going to be like, oh, yes, there is. And the jury instruction on witness credibility says if you find that a witness lied about one thing, you can disregard their entire testimony. So he's going to lean into how do you believe anything this man said? Because not only look at his text messages with his friend, because what the fuck, but also he's saying he doesn't know anybody. And that's clearly not true. So if you've determined that he's lied, you don't have to believe anything. So they're going through the ways that the jury can choose to discount his entire testimony. And if they discount his entire testimony, do they discount the evidence that he found? Do they discount what he checked into evidence? Do they discount the rest of it? So Jackson is building his closing argument with these questions. That's what he's doing. All right. We're going to zoom in. This is a really long sidebar. Okay, a really long sidebar. Well, when they get back from sidebar, maybe we'll know why. But that is a exceedingly long sidebar, which is really hard for the jury to just sit there as they're at these sidebars. But we'll see. So that was not the morning break. That was just we're at sidebar. I like that Yannetti has turned his entire body to just watch Alan and the jury at this point. Wow. And again, I don't know how the jury's going to feel about this parsing, because Proctor could have easily said, I mean, it's a small town. You kind of know everybody. Like, I'm not super close friends with them, but I know them. Why is that so hard? It's like the distancing from all the phone calls. I'm sorry, butt dials. The distancing looks worse than just saying, yeah, we all went to high school together. Of course I know people. I'm not close with them. I don't know what they're getting back to, but we're going to see. Also, for attorneys in the chat,
Proctor, you've indicated
how
that
much
your
fun do you think Jackson is having today?
sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's your name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L.
Not Albert. Elberg.
And you're aware that
It's confusing.
she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert.
If I have been at my parents' house at the same time as people, I would consider that I know them, even if they are my sibling's friend. I would be like, yeah, I know them. They're friends with my brother. Obviously, I know them.
Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
Dr. B is going to arrive soon with comfort coffee, and it's all going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. It's all going to be fine.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question.
She has your cell phone?
Did you have her cell phone in your phone, and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4.
You know her. Why are you trying to
if you
parse
turn
it?
to
It's
tab
a small
4,
town. If there's
what
nothing
was
to
this
hide, there's
marked
nothing to
tragedy?
hide.
This was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B,
Okay.
as in Bravo.
Bravo.
In your honor, for the court, I'm looking at
This
page
dude
26,
wishes he could just be
25.
like bravo, bravo, fucking bravo
You
at
have
the
that in front of
moment.
you, sir?
He's like, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize
Production, can we
the
cut?
participants in this chat?
I do.
And Jackson's up there just being like receipts,
The number ending in
timeline,
5374.
screenshots.
You recognize that as being
fucking everything.
from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, I recognize this text message from Julie.
We're going to get to name them in a minute. At some point, he's going to say, who's going to check me, boo? We're going to run all of the Housewife franchises in this entire cross-examination. We're just going to run all of them because you know that was his mindset. Who's going to check me, boo, is what he was thinking. And Jackson is just like, name them.
This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me, with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
Ski videos.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes,
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You don't spend enough
Your Honor,
time
if I
on the
may have
internet,
just a
sir.
moment.
If you're calling your sister a CP. But all right then. Chad, I love all your Bravo references. So thank you. You know what it is here.
Zoom tight.
I'm gonna zoom as he's going through his prep. This is gonna be a long cross.
5, please. That's triple C, isn't Charlie?
He's queuing them up to the bait stamps pages. Ah!
Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page.
Mimi Chip said, weird
64.
name for a cop to give his sister. I think so too.
If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
Right.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough
They could
that
watch
you
your
would consider
kids.
leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them.
I find that hard.
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
For those
Sergeant
of you
Buchanan and I
asking
did, yes.
Why
And
The
you didn't
defendant-
mention a thing.
a number of you in the chat have asked why the defendant keeps looking back, and I know some of you are just tuning into this case today because it got very spicy, and I don't necessarily blame you for turning in on day 23 because it's been long. Her family is sitting directly behind her, her father, her parents. So her family is behind her, family, friends. So that's who is sitting directly behind the defendant in court.
About
And it's
your
a very small
relationship
courtroom.
with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not
I've-
one word, correct?
I've
No, sir.
not seen anyone that works in law enforcement or in the DA's office casual about who can babysit
You
their
interviewed
kids.
Julie and Chris Albert
They tend to be a bit
about
intense
5:30
about it.
p.m.
Kind
on
of
the
nature
10th of
job.
February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way, if I may have this.
Yes.
McCaddy in the chat said, does talking about personal health information with your high school buddies not violate HIPAA? No, it regulates medical professionals. It does not apply in here. Should he be talking about a defendant like that at all? No. But I also imagine that information was not gleaned from the hospital. That information was gleaned from, I would assume, and this is me assuming, I am not saying this is true. I'm assuming
You
he
wrote a
gleaned that
report on
information from
October
Jen
12th,
McCabe,
2022,
who
correct?
knows the defendant.
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
Because he doesn't want to, Your
I
Honor.
had the wrong report. Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th. Do you recall that as you sit here?
To the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please.
Muzzerlina V. I hope I got that proper. If I did not, I
It may not be in your
apologize.
book.
I
It's
might
not, sir.
have transposed
fair enough.
letters. I do that. I'm dyslexic. Is it possible that the Commonwealth won't have the medical examiner testify? They've got to have somebody testify. Has anyone ever won a case without ME testimony? I mean, a homicide case gets to be really difficult. All we've had testimony-wise with regard to the victim's death is the ER doc who said he
You indicated
pronounced
that
him.
you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log.
we don't
to
have
determine
any
whether or
further
not that-
information.
That call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on?
Yes.
I don't know how you do that. They are going back and forth about where the call log is, so I'm going to try to answer some questions while they're pulling it up.
Thank you.
Victor, man, good to see you. Said
There's a
lying to
highlighted
the feds,
portion
not good.
of the
Yeah, not good.
Focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Tracy said, EDB, can the federal investigation watch this court? Oh, I'm sure they're going to. I'm sure they're going to. They're investigating. I'm sure they're
You
going
received
to.
after your interview, you received a phone call
Chat, say
from
hi to the
Julie
feds.
Albert about 6:17,
Teasing.
about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that
Why are
conversation.
you talking to
And
her
of
on the
course, you
phone
never
right after you
memorialized
interview?
that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time.
Why are you talking to her on your phone that evening right after you
And if you could turn
interview
to
her?
page 2677.
Generally, if witnesses have other communications with
Trooper
law
Proctor,
enforcement,
after your
it's
interview
memorialized
with
somewhere.
Julie Albert, your
Should
sister,
be.
Courtney, texted you, how did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous. You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
Everybody with their fucking ha-has. I'm so sick of these texts. Him and freaking Brian Higgins with their ha. What is this?
Then you responded, it was fine, just a quick convo, correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
I think the judge has issues with the way the question is phrased, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to zoom.
Investigation.
Oh, too much.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
Then what were you doing?
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff
That started as early as January 29th, 2022.
But
Is that
he
right?
said he doesn't talk to people about his investigations.
Don't
I
have the
made her
exact date or
newsworthy
content.
stuff.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, the fact
Correct.
that it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
Even
I just
though
mentioned
she's
Julie and
super
Chris
close
for
friends.
earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay.
That sounds good. Miguelina would live here now.
You write
We're going to be in this cross till at least lunch, I think.
homicide, correct?
So I said 2668.
Correct. If I have my page number correct.
You're on the right
Maybe.
page.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Appreciate you getting me coffee. What?
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
I didn't interpret that way either. You let me know if you did.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
I don't interpret that way either. I interpret that this is like, he says, don't tell anyone because he's not supposed to be talking to her. I think she's saying, this is your livelihood in connection back to, I'm not going to say anything. I know you're not supposed to be telling me, so I'm not going to mess it up. That's how I interpret that. You let me know how you interpret it, but I interpret it as, I know you're not supposed to be telling me. I got you.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
That's how I interpret that.
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
No, she's
Did you
not.
take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that as a warning from her
No.
that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
That's a
I'll allow it.
reach.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone.
Yeah.
And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
Yeah. He shouldn't be talking to
A
her.
couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th,
It's not better.
you
It's
told your
just different.
sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct? Who
Just
you're
that
gonna
part.
interview, why you're going to interview them.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages
You're
there.
going to have to ask her.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
Right.
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
I don't
Objection.
interpret that way either.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
The sister knew
Yes.
it was a conflict.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
That's
Gossip.
the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that
Some of this is
surprised
speculation.
and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn.
I know them. Like, holy shit, I know
of
them.
that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ?
I know them.
We know these people.
Yeah, that's how I interpret that.
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Gossip.
Well,
too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said,
Jesus Christ.
Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them.
Objection.
Allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it was not newsworthy. These were details, internal
It's
details
newsworthy to his
about the
sister.
investigation, weren't they?
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Right.
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2020,
You know, Trooper Proctor, how you don't end up on the stand answering all these questions about who your sister's friends with? If you just close it to everybody and say, hey, everyone in my family knows these families. I'm not going to be lead on this. This is not the case. This is not the one. Even if your department is like, don't sit down, you have to be able to foresee that this is a problem. But I wonder if he didn't want to. That's the impression it leaves to me. Did you not want to do that?
22, your sister texts you
You're too close.
that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
yes,
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Everyone's a suspect
Julie,
came up
well, let me ask you
in
this
cross
way.
on Monday.
You don't
Shouldn't
deny
everyone be a
that Courtney
suspect?
was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No,
Jay Benedict in the chat said all of them know them. It's a small town. It is, but he's state police. So it wouldn't be excessive to just bring somebody in from another office if needed, because there's others in the state police in his division that didn't grow up in Canton. So maybe not the one guy who grew up with everybody, maybe somebody else. State police is not small. It's not Canton PD. So I think there's still room for state police to say, you know what, let's bring somebody in from, you know, a different division to be the case agent, to just take a look. It's not that difficult, but they didn't.
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
The information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
He's like, it's newsworthy. It's newsworthy. Yeah, sure. Sir, you're spilling the tea to your sister
You see the text
So you
from
talked
you,
to
what's up?
5 or 6 times a day.
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You
Yeah,
were
we're
asked
going to go
about
through this.
on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Inappropriate.
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
The answer should have
You
been
said you
no.
never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
for my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Oh, I heard
Correct.
that. Thank you all for subscribing.
You're aware
Yeah, the correct answer.
during the course of your investigation,
Everyone who's ever worked in government work, the correct answer is no. She does not need to get me a gift. That would be inappropriate. No, I'm doing my job.
well, let me
That's
ask
not the
you this.
answer,
Let me
though.
ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigation?
That was me
This
moving
nature.
the.
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case, variously?
The phone records of,
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
real people, whatever?
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim?
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
I'm aware.
Objection.
I'm aware. We talked about that. How many
Did
weeks
you become
ago?
aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you.
I have never heard a judge. There's a lot of things with this judge. I've never seen a judge turn to the witness and goes, well, did you? Or say, you're welcome to come and try to convince me. They're not allowed to give grounds when they object. They're not allowed to make argument when they object. And she's like, yeah, no, you can come convince me though. It's just, for how formal she runs her court, it is so informal to be like, you can give it a shot, I guess, and I'll let him have it. It's so wild to me. It's just
Did you ever seek information
wild.
about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records.
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
That would be hearsay.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
You said 5 to 6 times a day,
Trooper
sir.
Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister,
That's
as an
the question.
intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
There's the absolutely.
You were
Yeah.
well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
That's what
Yes.
the defense was getting
Matter of
at.
fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Wow.
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
I don't
Yes.
think that's how he does things.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you?
If-
You can have that.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7.
Oh, we're only at tab 7. If he's going in chronological order, we're going to be here at least the rest
What
of the
is
day.
it for identification?
My mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection
Right,
to
to
take a
review
look at
it.
your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So he's showing Lally what he's showing him. And then we're going from there. Blake in the chat, in his 16-month member chat, said it's all so weird. This whole case summarized in just a few words. 9-Inch Nails Gal, 1994. Who did Lally piss off to get lumped to try this case with such witnesses?
It
At
does,
this
sir.
point, I
Those,
feel like he has been
your
served up
notes,
on a
your
platter.
handwritten notes from this, at least from partially
Lally
from this investigation.
Can always
Yes.
Does that
say
reflect your handwritten notes
no.
Based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
Ice Cream Sunday, thank you so much. And yes, we're trying to prove to my 12-year-old I'm a real YouTuber. You know, now it's become a running joke. Tracy, thank you for the gifted memberships. Becca, I do have an Absolutely Not shirt that I actually bought somewhere else, but I think I normally wear it to travel, which always gets especially when it's really early in the morning, which always gets a giggle. People are like, absolutely not. I'm like, I'm here at 5 a.m. Yes, absolutely not. But yes, I think we might need our own version of an Absolutely Not shirt. So Megan, thank you for the gifted memberships. Paulina said Massachusetts traffic is more bearable with EDB. Not with this witness, though. Hopefully you're not just screaming in your car. So let's see. Ashley asked if today is cross or voir dire. We're all in cross. And so far, there hasn't even been a need to voir dire on anything that this witness may or may not say. We haven't even had a situation like we did with Brian Higgins where they've needed to voir dire him. I don't know if that's going to happen. It might, but so far he has sat on the stand and had to at least say, yeah, those are my texts. I said that. This is what I said here. These are the conversations I have. And it's not going to be great. So, at all.
Mariana?
Yes.
Does this appear to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes for your interview with Juliana Nagel?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the objection sustained.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney
That's
Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
Correct.
But his notes aren't.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow, was there one name left out?
The,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true
There are
that
names
in
left
your
out.
report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
Was Julie Nagel on there?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time
What?
that you
No,
wrote
no,
your
no, no, no,
report-
no, 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 sir. You said that the reason you did not mention Colin Albert is because he wasn't there when everybody came back from the waterfall. And now you're saying you didn't mention Colin Albert because he wasn't there at the beginning of the night? That those two
Formal
things don't
report.
track.
This one.
Mhm.
You did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
No, I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along
Albert
with Trooper
told you
Zach
that-
Clark.
One at a time. I
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Left out
Colin
of the
Albert told you
report.
that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
There's no way he did.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of her tracking her daughter.
Did you
Isn't that
bother to
literally
look
the
at Jennifer
point?
McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that alone?
I did not.
Can we take a look at
Oh, now we're going to
tab
get into
8?
it. Tab 8.
Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Sustained.
He didn't think it mattered. is the thing.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Live 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take the morning recess, and I'll see Councilman Zaga.
Oh, boy.
15 minutes, Julie.
15 minutes. Your Honor, I was just trying to eat. This is a perfect time for us to get caught up. Take a little stretchy poo, you know, little stretchy do as the jury is taking their morning break. You know, they probably don't even want to. Most mornings I'm like, oh, thank God. But this morning, you think that jury's like, no, we're not done. My timing was just bad on eating. Ooh. So they're going to have to do some foundational stuff to get into that Live 360. I wonder if the court will put it on the record. We'll see if they do. Because some of this they're doing it at sidebar. Some of this should be on the record. So we're going to see if they put any of that on the record, because it seems like there might be more conversation about the Live 360 data that needs to happen. So let's see. The no grounds is driving me nuts. Pander Salamander in the chat said the no grounds is driving me nuts. It's really hard to ascertain what the judge is thinking and what the attorneys are thinking when they object with just objection. And then the judge is just like, you know, this, and that, which is wild. Tracy said, bruh, I'm a nurse, but I want to be a law nerd. Tracy, you're here and you're a member. You are a law nerd. Law nerd does not mean you have to. You just have to appreciate the law. You just have to want to talk about the law shit that's happening. Doesn't mean you are a lawyer. All right, judge is walking off the bench, which means we are now stuck with only the fan. But because I can zoom, we're going to catch up to real time and see if the court is still on break. And sadly, only the fan. Let's do a quick summary of what we've gotten into this morning. What, if any, fuckery has been wrought? Whoo, today's been busy. I'm going to turn the static down a little bit just so I don't have to listen to it. The court break should be back from break in just a few minutes. So I'm going to answer some questions and then we are going to resume with court. But if you want to stay in the loop with what's going on with this trial and you're like, but Emily, I cannot do gavel to gavel every single day. I got you. Don't worry. It happens. And that is what we built the Law Nerd app for. So we can let you know when the witnesses you want to see are on the stand, when cross-examination happens, when we get to the defense case, if ever there is a verdict, we will let you know in the app. Free on iOS and Android. It uses push notifications so you can stay in the loop and so you can control those notifications. So when you're in a meeting and you don't need the FOMO, you can turn them off. And when you have time to watch the stream, you can turn them back on. It is our most convenient way to keep you in the loop with what's going on with trial. Let's do a quick summary of the morning, the best I can, because this has been a lot. And at some point, I'm going to have to go back through my notes because I'm just like, what is even happening? We are in the morning break, not even lunch yet, the morning break of day 23 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Trooper Michael Proctor is on the stand for cross-examination. And I don't even think we're close to done yet. Alan Jackson has gone through quite a lot of the text messages. And from Alan Jackson's questioning, something that was unclear to me early on that is clear to me now with the context, or maybe with just the second look at these texts, because I think some of them just broke my brain as I was going, it keeps getting worse. How does it keep getting worse? Oh my God, it keeps getting worse. But what became clear in this round of texts and the rereading of some of the text is that in the text, the group text with Michael Proctor's high school friends, where he was talking all about the defendant and this case on January 29th in the evening. So remember, the 911 call came in right before 6 a.m. on January 29th. So we're now to that evening, like 10 p.m.-ish Eastern, that he is texting his group of friends, and they are talking about the homeowner. Remember, we heard this in opening statement. One of his friends texted, I bet the homeowner's going to get some shit, in reference to the victim being on the lawn. The response from Michael Proctor was, nope, he's a Boston cop too. So I don't know if Proctor was referencing that with his friends because His friends are also some in law enforcement, which is clear later in text messages that one of his friends was busy writing a warrant. So I wonder if there was some conversation there about how much shit or trouble that homeowner would get into. And then nope, he's a Boston cop too. But then as they're going on, they are talking about the homeowner still. And Trooper Michael Proctor responds, he did nothing wrong, and then references the defendant saying she's a whack job. On Monday, I thought that was referencing to the victim, and the victim potentially being hit by Karen Reed's vehicle because of the way the texts were presented. But in the linear context of those text messages, it seems at that point at 10 p.m. that night, before any of the forensic evidence is in, before the car has even been processed, before things are recovered from 34 Fairview, Proctor is saying, no, Brian Albert at the home did nothing wrong. The Boston PD officer at the home did nothing wrong. She, defendant, is a whack job. I can only presume that the information is coming from his interviews with Jen McCabe and Brian Albert, because those are really the only people he had talked to yet. He talked to Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts, Brian Albert, the hospital staff, the defendant, and then done debriefing with Canton PD by that point. That's all that had happened in this investigation. So they had already decided, which goes to the defendant's argument or the defense argument, they had already decided that Brian Albert did nothing wrong and that Karen Reed was a whack job. That's what those texts show had been decided the same day. And doesn't that just go to the defense theory of the case? Is this was always going to be determined to be the fault of Karen Reed. As we got more into this, we've seen how many conversations went back and forth. We've heard that Trooper Proctor doesn't believe he knows any of the Albert family or the McCabes, even though we know that he's been at his parents' house when members of the Albert family were at his parents' house. And there was quite a lot of parsing between what does know even mean and what is having a relationship with someone and the rest of it. It's very interesting testimony, but I thought Alan Jackson did something very smart in his cross-examination with regard to the comments, just absolutely horrific comments about the defendant's medical conditions. So far, before this cross-examination, the jury had heard that the defendant had been diagnosed with MS. That's really all that had been discussed. And then there had been some brief conversation about the defendant having stomach problems and not wanting to stay at 34 Fairview. These were her words to Trooper Buchanan, not wanting to be at 34 Fairview because her stomach was bothering her and she wanted to go home. So we also heard that she wanted a separate room when they traveled to Aruba with the victim's niece and nephew. And though the internet widely knew some of the health struggles the defendant had, this jury did not know that yet. And so during cross-examination, Alan Jackson used that opportunity as the text messages about, she hot, no ass, but leaky balloon knot, leaks poo, those texts. Alan Jackson took the opportunity to say, did you know my client has had a colectomy? Do you know my client has had 10 surgeries in 18 months regarding her intestinal tract and her intestines, and started asking over and over again about, were you aware of all these things Karen Reed had been through, stuff that the jury didn't know yet, how much more there was to her medical struggles that might be used by the defense in argument to explain some of the other behavior that the prosecution might say, see, they were fighting in Aruba because they got 2 separate rooms. Well, there's an alternate explanation to that, isn't there? And anyone who has had stomach issues might be like, yeah, I can understand exactly why she wanted a separate room when traveling with 2 teenagers and her boyfriend. So it gives explanations to some of Karen Reed's behavior. and kind of leans in and allows the defense to lean in without her having to testify. Allows the defense to lean into, yeah, she said she wanted to go home from 34 Fairview, not because she was fighting with the victim, but because she needed to go home to her restroom. She needed to go home to take care of herself. And that is consistent with what you know of her medical conditions, with her behavior, and what she said to law enforcement, which starts narrowing down the reasons that Karen Read might not need to take the stand. Because right now, this trial shifted. We're not even in the defense case yet. And this trial has shifted to what else the fuck did Michael Proctor say or do? All the focus is on him. And the defense might be able to keep all the focus on him. So with that summary, and we didn't get into everything because some of that got summarized on Monday, we also heard that Trooper Proctor really determined that this case had overwhelming evidence, he thought, the evening of January 29th. What they had was the victim at the hospital, the things that were found by the CERT team, which was a shoe and a very few pieces of taillight in the snow, and the statements of Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert, Carrie Roberts, and one of the EMTs. It's going to be interesting to see where the rest of this cross-examination goes, and I imagine we're going to see that most of the day today. So that was my summary. Am I going to get to questions? I'm not going to get to enough questions because court is coming back, and I think we're going to have plenty of sidebars where we're going to be getting into court. So, don't forget to get the Law Nerd app. We will keep you up to date as things happen today. If you need to take breaks, it's a full court day today. And we're going to be getting back into court, and I will not be able to Zoom. So I'll just answer questions as we get to them. So the jury is coming in now. I brought the volume up at the worst fucking time. I don't even know what that noise was, but it was something, that's for sure. Aaron said, my husband just said on the news that a juror has been exposed from the trial. A juror was excused today because they could not continue. We don't know why.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I have not gone online. I've been here with you, so I don't know why.
Investigative file,
I'm going to wait till later
the Cellrite report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone.
We've heard a bunch about the Life 360. Using this witness to get into the Life 360 is a good idea. So we'll
Trooper
talk about the juror
Greeno
later.
was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that, so I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that because if it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it.
Robin, it may be.
Did you review a
Trooper
Life
Proctor
360
might be
report
courthouse
in an
Becky
effort
of this
to determine
case.
whether or not Colin and Allie
But worse.
were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
Right.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
Really?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please?
I'm curious to see where this goes. It's yes, Chad. It's going to be about Allie and Colin. But
first, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes.
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Silky
any
Mom, I
objection?
think everybody is.
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you may publish.
I was like,
In
thanks.
this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to
I'm
look
just-
around the surrounding area of
I'm
34
interested
Fairview
to
Road
see
for
what the
camera
defense
equipment,
thinks.
correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you
Was
asked
recused.
for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I don't know if I'm horribly put off by them asking, do you know of any cameras in the area? Because they literally work with this area and then they go get them. I don't know if that's like, do you know if there's cameras? Because wouldn't it save everybody a lot of time if there's like, oh yeah, there's cameras here, 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 and then you can go get them. I don't know. Of all the things in this case, this is the thing I'm.
I did not request for them to pull video. I
Right.
just simply asked,
He asked if there were
what are some
there.
good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation,
I don't know if
correct?
that's the worst.
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I
Yeah, they need
reached out
Sheena. Sheena would know where everybody is.
regarding cameras in the area.
Or assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
You know who has the best
Correct.
cameras? Target. Target's cameras are so good. I imagine Walmart's are too, but there was not a Walmart in the jurisdiction where I was prosecuting. Target's cameras will tell you if you have an eyebrow hair out of place. They are so freaking good.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those
See,
locations,
it should be in the
correct?
report that you asked.
I don't believe so.
It should be in the report that you asked.
You did say that you would add it to the, quote, list. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities, to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
But yes, Chad, I agree with you. It shows that he just doesn't care. Canton PD is recused. He's like, yeah, I'm going to ask him. It's fine. It's not a big.
As the
like
lead
NBD.
investigator-
That's what he's thinking.
Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort and a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
It facilitates certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes,
Yep.
that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview.
There's a
Julie
lot of them.
Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
I mean, lawyers don't math.
Richard D'Antano, September 2nd, 2023,
wild
is
to
that
me.
right?
Ricky
Yes.
was the
So you
truck.
waited more than
Ricky drove
18
the
months to interview
truck.
him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran.
Yep.
He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran.
Well, that's
You
helpful.
testified
There's so
under
many
oath
freaking Bryans.
On April 21st, 2022, in the state court grand jury proceeding, that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper
Yeah.
Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay.
Did you hear Jackson J. Trotta? The reason he's asking, are you aware? Generally, the lead investigator is allowed to either sit into trial or sit with the DAs or watch. They normally aren't subject to the exclusionary rule. But in this case, it would have been a really bad look. The reason they would have been talking about the snowplows at the state grand jury is because there were multiple witnesses who said that Karen Reed said, could he have been hit by a snowplow? And so they were trying to tie that back together. And his testimony to the grand jury was no snowplow went down that road. Well, we know that that's not true. So that's why he's asking, why did you testify to that? Because he, before the state grand jury, never interviewed the snowplow driver. And Trotta already
You
did
did, in
testify.
fact, interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Michael Trotter testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's sustained.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Absolutely
Certainly, you didn't
not.
want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn
Honor.
at 2:30?
So the objection sustained. I'm going to strike that.
Did you include
They're
anything
gonna
in
have
your
to bring the
investigative
snowplow
report
driver
throughout the
in,
entire
and they
time
will.
you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
He
And that
just
was
asked.
after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
August
Objection.
2023.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
August 2023.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
He's talking about
Could be
Higgins.
an argument inside of a vehicle.
He didn't ask that, sir.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
He said it could be an
I didn't
argument.
hear that.
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to
Right.
17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
It's something, evidence we have contained within cell phones
You didn't have the
reiterates that fact.
You didn't have the cell phones. You did. Don't play. You didn't have the cell phones on January 29th. You didn't have the cell phones till August, I think he said. Stop it.
When you decided that you were going to make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was going to have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent? No. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided
Oh, Annie's in the chat.
that the
Hi,
girl,
Annie.
Miss Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later.
I mean, they don't really have to prove motive, but
Yes.
it really fucking helps. I'll tell you who never has an eyebrow at a place at Target. It's going to be
Motive
Annie
means
Lee's
an
from 10 to
opportunity.
Life.
We've talked a
because
little bit
I'm
about motive. What about
flawless
means?
human.
Physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical
I don't even know
proximity
if we got a
to
selfie
the
when we saw
incident,
each other in
correct?
Nashville.
And the physical ability
We
to
were too
commit the
busy.
crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity
I know the
to
answer.
kill John O'Keefe?
Why is there a pause?
Yes. And that
That is the longest pause. I'm backing that up. You're the lead investigator on a homicide. I think that pause is going to tell us more than your answer does,
The
sir.
girl, Miss Reed,
Wow.
was going to get serious charges against her. Didn't have any indication of any intent. You just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later,
Sir.
right?
yes.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We've talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Listen to this pause.
Yes. And that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson of the case, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, yes, that's the answer. That's just the truth. Yes.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a
That's
second.
where that came from.
You know that name?
I do, sir.
It's a real
You personally
long pause.
interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Mechanic and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes,
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
correct.
He told you that
Oh, Higgins already had an attorney on
he was
February 10th.
engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes,
We've heard
And
those
then he also
texts.
told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
From the
correct.
And he brought you a hard copy
FBI?
of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated
he
to give to you,
picked.
right?
Yes,
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
it was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very
Cooperative.
forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well,
Did he give
you were
you screenshots?
actually asked that question in a different proceeding, under different questioning. And you
the
were
federal
asked whether or
grand
not
jury.
in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview?
Well, nobody
right?
has the
Objection.
technology to
I'll
do
allow
it.
Correct. Most,
And you're-
Nobody has the technology to do that. Nobody can just get us. You just can't get a Celebrate extraction. He went to the FBI to do it. And that's part of why his lawyer's involved, because you're not allowed to do that. But also, the FBI. Let's continue.
answer was,
I'm
your
sorry,
answer
go ahead.
was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's fair.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins
Most people just
at least had a
screenshot.
motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, did you think that?
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes,
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at
Did
the
she-
Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe,
Did
correct?
she ghost
Objection.
him,
I'll
sir?
allow it.
yes,
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
That's speculation as to the word coaxing. And that's the issue with that, because the coaxing is speculative as to motive. I also think it's just as possible that Brian Higgins didn't have motive and they got into a fight. That's not wild. Let's zoom past this sidebar, and we're gonna zoom past this sidebar. So
You are unmuted.
we'll see where this goes. The coaxing word is the problem.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. You're aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34
The
Fairview,
same
correct?
objection.
Objection.
I'll
Asking.
allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
What?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe,
You know,
correct?
it'd be real
Objection.
helpful right about now with this line of questioning. You know, it'd be really nice. You know, it'd be really nice if we knew what the victim's injuries were through like a medical examiner or a pathologist. If we knew what the victim's injuries were, it would be much easier to ascertain how this matters and how he was harmed. But we don't know that. So we're just left with questions. He also had a plow on his, Jeep. So there's
Allow
that.
that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means.
If they're friends, he wouldn't be
Could he
making
do
out
it?
with his girl.
Could he throw a punch? Knock
is
a
not
guy down,
Vanderpump
knock a guy
Rules.
out.
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
Chat, you saw him
He's a big
testify.
dude,
You get to determine
right?
if he's huge or not.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
I'm waiting for Alan. I'm waiting for Proctor to look at Alan and be like, well, you're not really a big guy. Like nobody's actually scared of you, Alan. That's what I was waiting for. You could see him restraining the snark, which actually this witness, for everything that is a problem with this witness, he has restrained the snark fairly well.
Yep,
Yep. Bigger
You
than
knew
you.
that he was former
Bigger than me.
military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's
Oh,
death,
not
you
the
saw
grab-assing.
video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert
Jesus.
taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
Alan,
I interpreted that as horsing around.
stop
I
trying to
didn't
make
ask you how
fetch
you
happen
interpreted
with that.
Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
You guys know this line of questioning annoys me from Alan because there is so much fuckery in this case. Like, I don't know why this is the thing he needs to reach for because it feels to me like an overreach. Here's what I saw at the waterfall. Karen Reed was pissed off at John O'Keefe after Aruba and was text flirting with Brian Higgins. Kissed Brian Higgins, and whatever happened between Karen and the victim, John O'Keefe, between that happening and them getting to the waterfall happened. She was snuggled up with her dude, John O'Keefe, at the waterfall. So Brian Higgins started showing off with his friend because Karen was ignoring him. And there was a whole lot of junior high school nonsense going on at that bar with a bunch of grown-ass adults that had all been drinking too much because of the ridiculousness in all of it. So the, maybe overdone PDA on Karen's part might have been poking at Brian Higgins the same way Brian Higgins fucking peacocking was poking back at Karen Reed. All of it was junior high school bullshit, but none of it answers to me what happened to this victim because we're not there yet. But the overreaching on that seems wild because there's so much in this case that is fuckery. The butt dials, the missing phones. At least this dude didn't rehome his phone, if we're going to give him credit for anything. He didn't rehome his phone, but there's so much other bullshit that sometimes I'm like, just this one is not the one. This one is
Objection.
not the one.
Is that what you saw?
This one's too much.
Playful fighting stances.
This one is not it. This is not the thing. For me, this is not the thing.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
The whole junior high
Yes.
school
And you
nonsense
decided
of it all.
not to image his phone.
Ugh, I've been
Is that
married
right?
too long for
Correct.
this nonsense.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
No, sir.
No, because he gave it to him.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Might have been.
Depends what I don't know what the call was
Oh,
about.
sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know.
Sir, you know what? If you don't know what the call was about, you can do? Investigate and ask, because it's your job to investigate. You're the lead investigator. Investigate shit. Ask what the calls are about.
If they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was, so
Right.
You want the
And you
tea.
never
You're
asked,
gossiping
did
to
you?
your sister nonstop. You want the tea.
I was unaware that call took place.
And you unaware that that call took place
Because you didn't get the
because you
records.
didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time.
Because you didn't have the phone
didn't see
records.
His phone, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Because he didn't have the phone records.
Correct.
Correct. This all goes to the defense theory of the case
The
that
medical
they never
examiner
looked at anyone.
notified you on on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of
What
the manner
date
of
was
death,
that?
would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue
Pursuing
investigate
it as a homicide.
one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that determination. You were not pleased
Somebody
with that
dropped something.
determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April
We'll talk
28th,
about
that same
cause and
day,
manner of death later.
you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
Oh, this is
You
the
turn to
rookie
tab
move.
11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG. Triple G is in golf.
Always with the golf with these lawyers. I'm a lawyer that doesn't golf, so I will always tease the lawyers that do.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response,
There is a cause and a manner of death. They are two different determinations made by the medical examiner. Generally, the medical examiner, when they get into manner of death, it is going to be a homicide. Most jurisdictions just determine that as at the hands of another, not making a decision about whether that should be charged or not. Accident, natural causes, suicide, undetermined. The cause of death is going to be your, gunshot wound, heart attack, what have you. So we will continue with that, but that's why they are talking about manner of death. Could not be determined, meaning couldn't be determined to be an accident, couldn't be determined to be at the hands of another, undetermined. So it would be helpful, again, if we had the Emmy's testimony before this, so we maybe knew more. I would love that.
you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
Is that sarcastic or
And then
is
what
that
else did you
a
write?
naturally?
She was a whack job.
Of course, it's undetermined.
Oh,
She's a whack job.
the Emmy.
Right? Those are your two responses, right?
So when you disagree with women, they're just crazy, Trooper Proctor? Is that what it is? Because they would have to be crazy to disagree with you. Sir, I've got questions. But what do I know? I'm just a lawyer with purple hair on the internet. You would probably also think that I'm a whack job. So there we go.
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scorti-Bello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Right. Because they didn't agree with you. It's not their job to always agree with you. It's their job to look at what
At the
happened.
moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
The Emmy's job is to look at the body and determine what happened. Autopsies were not my favorite part about
The
being a
reason
DA.
you
I did
referred
not
to
love going to autopsies.
Dr. Scorti-Bello as a whack job is because
No, I didn't say
cut
I
and dry
was. I mean,
case
Melanie sometimes, but
that you had hoped for
I said that's what Proctor
wasn't
would
really
say,
going your way.
because I don't
right?
agree with him.
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job,
He's
were
talking
you
about the
referring
Emmy,
to
right,
Dr. Scorti-Bello?
I don't recall.
sir?
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
I mean, it's not much of an
Objection.
obstacle.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had
And why
determined
sarcastically text
finding, but
about
it was
it?
a homicide?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
You would rather
Well,
have
then why
it.
would you say, of course it's undetermined?
Right. Why would you be
It was a
sarcastic
whack
about it
job,
if you don't care?
Sarcastically.
It's a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
But if you
Which
don't
sort of suggests
care.
displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
that was compound.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the
Undetermined.
determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February
Oh.
of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mhm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
I'm trying to run it.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, it's an of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
Right.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is
that
that what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to
I
tab
was going to
12.
say that's a bit argumentative as to the word pressure, but the text messages
What's
are
this
there.
for identification? Is do
And we're going to get into those
I'm
text
just checking.
messages where
This
he's like, I
is
told the Emmy
H
everything.
is in hotel.
And he clearly seemed frustrated with the Emmy. So I will say, for those of you in the chat asking, the Emmy's determination
so
does
I've
not
got
determine
them mismarked.
charges.
What's the bottom? What's the
Or
base
not.
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2632.
They can still charge an undetermined case. It becomes harder if the ruling is suicide.
Why don't you
can't
come to sidebar?
necessarily
I'm sorry,
charge
please?
that
The
on
face
somebody
page is
else,
2620.
except for very narrow
If that
circumstances.
helps.
Okay.
So
Within
the
that packet,
determination
we'll turn to 2632.
doesn't
Okay.
change charging, but they were frustrated with it from the text.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is, yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
He's like, never.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
What day
How
is
did
this?
you
April
interpret
28th,
that? Rookie
2022.
move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him
Busting
busting
your-
my chops and joking with me.
Mhm.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yeah, she
Yes.
didn't agree.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
No, not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was. That's what he was busting your chops about.
We would never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, a suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to
Right, but the texts come across
getting the
differently.
information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Ultimately, did the doctor change her opinion?
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I think at that point,
I'll allow it.
had she already been charged at that point?
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
This was April 28th,
Notwithstanding
2022.
the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide.
No,
right?
Considering the manner.
that's not what it says, though. It's undetermined.
And that's because even though
It's
in the
undetermined.
words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's argument.
You were actually asked this question.
When you feel like he's
whether or
making
not
his
it would have
closing
an
argument,
impact on your decision, notwithstanding
That's
what the
why.
medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
Yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
Correct.
That's how you make a
I
case
actually
cut and dry, isn't it?
kind of believe him on that,
Objection.
Sustained.
right? He's like, I didn't care what the ME said. We
In
were
other
charging
words,
her anyway.
Trooper Proctor,
I don't think that that's untrue.
to hell with the medical evidence. Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as
Oh,
it
good.
pertains to Jennifer McCabe.
Oh,
You're
let's
aware
talk
that
about the
Jennifer
Googles.
McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yeah, are you
of that?
aware?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
I mean, are they marked deleted,
No,
deleted,
not
deleted,
that area,
deleted?
no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area,
Not that area, meaning,
no.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebrite report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your
Sir.
possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
Really? Have you no curiosity whatsoever?
As
Isn't that the
case
point
agent,
of the defense's
as a
argument,
case officer,
though?
do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
Who did? Okay, then who did?
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No,
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
no,
Colin Albert's?
no,
Chris Albert's?
no,
Julie Albert's?
no.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them?
I think
On
he's
those phones?
concerned that he didn't have
No,
probable
that thought
cause
never
to seize
crossed
their
my mind.
phones. I dropped food. Hold
But
on.
the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrite report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way.
No,
Did you ever ask
they
Jennifer
let
McCabe
Jen
whether or not she
delete
ever
stuff
altered
before
anything
turning
on
it
her phone
over.
before turning it in?
She asked
I
them
did
and
not.
they let
Again, I
her.
didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone or do the cell phone abstraction on it.
I want to ask you about another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this
Stephen, that's
at some
fine.
length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, DOCKET, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I had texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The
Why
same
didn't
Kevin
you
Albert
just call the
to help
station,
coordinate these
sir?
witness interviews
Why did you
Who's
think
the
that was a good
brother
idea?
of Brian Albert, right?
Yes.
Like, why did you
You
think
could
that
turn
was
to
a good
tab
idea?
13, please.
Just why did you think that was a good idea?
Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be I.
All right, thank you.
Just
in
call
India.
the watch commander.
Thank you.
Hey, can we use a conference room?
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591.
Right, because he doesn't see a problem, and that's the problem,
With the
right?
court's permission, I'd like to publish.
You not seeing a problem is the
Okay.
problem. Ugh, my in-ears are starting to hurt. Like, even my ears
you
are
see that
tired today.
On January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G. is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Why are you texting?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
Just such a bad idea.
The death of
What
John
are you
O'Keefe.
doing?
This investigation.
Correct.
Right. Why?
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
Oh,
I did not.
we
Did
know
you tell
the
him he
answer.
shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
Did you call him a
What
whack
you did
job?
write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged
McLaughlin.
in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Y'all are just
Correct.
chatting?
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Y'all
Yes.
just chatting about everything.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in
What?
order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I believe it was
No, you
Officer
didn't.
Mulaney and Seraph.
No, you didn't.
Turn to page 2592.
Look, the conference room is a bad idea, but this is, what are you doing?
I'm sorry, Kevin
what
Albert texts,
are you
okay,
doing?
so I'll get Mulaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to
terrible.
contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
Lally, there's
You
no
didn't
objection
answer
for I hate these
Anytime in the
facts.
ballpark.
It's
I'm
not
sorry.
in the code of
Yes, you
evidence.
answered anytime in the ballpark. Then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Wait,
Correct.
they didn't do it in the interview room. They just
That
used the
would mean
conference
that-
room, didn't they?
If you used a recorded room,
Oh boy.
those recordings would be in the hands
Of
of
Canton
which
PD.
agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
Why can't
See
you
that
do
as
it
a
somewhere
problem Because he
else?
might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No,
Never crossed your mind.
never.
Why didn't you just interview somewhere else?
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording you were doing?
Typically, don't record our interviews.
That's
What?
you said a second ago. You said the reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility
Conflict.
that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it? That
No,
was your answer, right?
No, he said
No.
that's why we didn't use it. Because then
What
the
did you say?
that we didn't use it.
no,
When I said, if you made a
No.
recording, it would be in the hands of which agency?
Canton PD.
Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
Yeah, that's what you said.
No, I don't recall saying that's
what
why
you said.
we didn't use the room.
You just said it, Trooper Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes.
It's been less
4
than that.
minutes.
No,
You don't remember that?
not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask a different way. If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews.
Why would you not record interviews?
With a
It just-
cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes.
It protects everybody involved. Why not just record it?
If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a
You
very
guys only deal with
close
homicides.
relationship
We don't record
with
our
yet another
interviews.
Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
Which is why you're just out here texting him
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
all willy-nilly.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months,
What kind of gym?
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
once in a while.
Right.
I thought you testified. Chad, correct me if I'm wrong. My head hurts at this point. Just correct me. Correct me. I thought he said he didn't know any of the Alberts. Like, I don't know any of the Alberts. But now we're getting to, okay, well, your sister's besties with Julie Albert, and you've worked with Kevin Albert. You were members of a gym. I'd like to know what kind of gym, because some gyms have a more close community than others, but I digress. You're members of a gym together. You spend time together, but you don't know any of the Alberts. Does Kevin not count? So more Alberts that you know then.
So it went beyond professional, right?
Because I had forgotten about Kevin.
Yeah, acquaintances.
Drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago
Are you?
that you were
What the
aware
fuck?
of and knew of but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin,
You never mentioned Kevin.
not quite true, is it?
Kevin!
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Kevin,
Scream it with me, chat. Just yell Kevin.
right?
Yes.
Ugh.
But you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He didn't.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's,
Well, let's look at that. 5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together.
He's like, we hang out, we go to the gym together, we worked a case together, we have each other's cell phones. I'm comfortable just texting him to be like, hey, can we do this? And he's like, I don't really consider that a relationship. So you don't just, sir, you don't have friends then. You just don't know people? Because you said you don't know them. Like that, whatever word play you want to do with the word relationship, depending on the definition of is, you know him. Come on.
Didn't you? Chipper Proctor, I'm not asking to look for anything in the binder.
He's
at this point.
looking.
I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking.
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13.
The judge is like, can I follow along? I want to read
All right, so
everything.
what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602.
I got a new clip for my in-ears because they were starting to hurt. And I was like, it'd probably be better
Yes.
if I clip this to my
Chipper
shirt.
Proctor, are you on 2602?
So that's what
I
I'm
am.
messing with.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
That is so much better. This is why people clip their in-ears to the back of things, because then it doesn't like drag on my ears. Should have done this a year ago. This trial,
It
all the
does.
sensory things have gotten to me.
In fact,
His
the
memories
two
are
of you got
fresh.
so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning.
What?
Objection.
Overruled.
What is that text like? Yo, bro, do you have my badge and my gun? Is this his duty weapon? Bruh, did I leave my gun in your car? What the fuck are these dudes doing? Also, we're not going to get into the rest of it. We're just going to keep listening. Bruh.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but
Bruh.
I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So isn't it true that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after, at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then included a wince face emoji.
This is a plot
Correct?
line for
Correct.
a totally different type of story.
So the fact of the matter is,
I'm just trying to not go there.
you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't
I'm
know.
not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606. Starting with "It's bad." Tell me when you see that.
Accurate.
Okay, I see it.
Now, may I publish?
Yes.
2606, please. Kevin Albert responded, "It's bad!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "I was hungover for sure today!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "Couple tonight to make me feel good." End quote. Correct?
The inflection of
You can take that down.
Alan
Does
Jackson
that refresh
is
your recollection?
what I'm
Two of
living
you
for
have
at
been
the
out
moment.
drinking the night before. He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and he couldn't even find his gun.
Well, it sounds like he was wicked hungover.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
Right.
That didn't answer the question.
And you're in your cruiser.
To be fair, the text doesn't say that he was that drunk.
Yes,
it
sir.
says that he was driving Kevin Albert around while
And this
Kevin
is
was that
Brian
drunk.
Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Yeah. But you don't know him, right?
I'm going to change gears, Trooper Proctor. You personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital
There's
at
more.
Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to... At the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
I really appreciate how Alan Jackson went from all the fuckery with Kevin Albert, because he doesn't know any of the Alberts, right? And they're obviously friends. And then right into, oh, and aren't you the one that handled all the evidence? Like the transition into, remember, this is the dude that's handling all the evidence. Just
Correct.
right into it. It is a well laid out plan for this cross.
Yes.
For all of you, I see a lot of you being like, the clothes are on the floor of the hospital. That's not uncommon at all.
Mhm.
That
Tell me
EMS,
if
when
you
they cut them
recognize
off,
it.
would have put them on the floor of the
I do.
ambulance
Is that a
and
photograph
put them on the
of
floor
you?
at the hospital. They were
Sorry,
focused
it's
on
not
life saving
of you, but
measures.
You see your legs in that photograph?
They weren't preserving.
Yes.
Okay, and you also see
They
the
weren't.
legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney.
The docks and
I
the
do.
ambulance weren't
You see
worried
a
about
pile of clothes there?
the clothes
Correct.
Well, if I could have this marked and admitted.
at all.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 568.
So that's not, I mean, it doesn't
568.
surprise me at all that that's where the clothes were, especially because they were wet. So,
Thank you.
yeah, Jen, you are not alone in the chat. Jen W said, you're not alone. There are lots of RNs in the chat. Said trauma RN, we don't care about the clothes, we care about saving lives. And that's consistent. I which is why I pointed out, because people were like, clothes on the floor. It's like, yep, they cut those clothes off and hurled them to the side. They are the
Right.
least, especially because they
May
were
I
wet. They are
inquire?
the least
Yes.
Thank you.
important thing. And this was a
Request, the court's
hypothermic
permission to publish.
victim.
Okay.
Their goal was to warm him up and try to take life-saving
Do you
measures.
see this,
The
you see the
fact they
photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published?
they go
on
as
the
far
television
as
screen?
keeping the
Yes,
clothes.
sir.
Directing your attention to the
And that's it.
leftmost portion of the photograph. You see the clothes, first the clothes on the ground.
I do, yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well?
Yes,
Okay. And those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants?
Yes,
And do you see to the leftmost portion of the screen a chair?
I do.
You see what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations?
Yes,
Do you keep your notes and things of that nature?
yes,
Pens, paper?
correct.
All right. We can take that down. You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct? Correct. You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them? Correct?
Yes.
And then
One
what
bag.
did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in this pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes,
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the your facility
yes,
at the DA's office?
correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area,
I'll say we a
laid out
different
butcher
way.
paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
Did you,
Whose 2 phones?
what did you do with the,
I know one's the, did
the
the,
clothing
defendant
after it was
have
dried
2
out.
phones?
So
Oh no, the victim's phone and the defendant's phone. Right, Emily.
the next day, Trooper
would have had
DeChico
both.
arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only
The next day they were put in permanent evidence. Were they logged on that day? 'Cause I don't think they were logged.
him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
so you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that. when they're
Emphatically,
booked
yes.
into evidence, correct?
Yes.
Yes, all of the yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office.
Excuse me, sir? That's not what he asked. That's not what he asked. That's not what he asked. Where's the evidence log? Where is the log? It's like a check-in, check-out log. Where is the log of when it was checked into evidence? You're going all over, well, there's a chain of custody from here, here, here. No. Where's the paperwork For all of you that are going to ask, because you are very smart, Chad is Bay, and y'all are the smartest chat on the internet, you all are going to ask, Emily, how can this evidence come in if the chain of custody is apparently somewhat fucked? It goes to the weight of the evidence, not the admissibility at this point. Those things would have been handled in pretrial motions. This evidence is coming in, but the jury gets to decide how safe the evidence was, how much weight to give it, knowing that there are these issues with chain of custody. And the jury can be like, how do we trust any of that? So it goes to the weight of the evidence, and the jury will be instructed as to that when we get to jury instructions. So that's why we're here.
And then when Trooper DeChico created a label for him, but also put him in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence officer. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items.
Why
correct?
wouldn't it be in
No.
your murder book?
As a matter of
Sir,
fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody
did you
log-
make a... When I'm talking about a murder book, I'm not talking about a book about murder, but it's the case file of a homicide case. When you turn it over, the evidence log would be in the murder book. It would all be together, and it would go to the DA and the defense attorney and everybody else. Wouldn't the log be in your case file? I am expecting too much.
is because none exists.
This is
Isn't that
basic.
right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's
Where?
that physical log, sir?
You can tell when Alan is like, I'm used to everything being documented forever. Why isn't
I'm not
it documented?
I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know.
You're the lead. This Alan and I are on the exact same train of thought about this, and maybe it's because we worked in the same place, but I am losing my mind over this too. A sticker is not an evidence log. There is normally a full log of it went in, it went out, it went in, it went out, or whatever. The day the officer, a code or badge or ID number, and all of it is logged in a separate report somewhere. And he's like, somebody put a sticker on it. No. It didn't seem that there were dates and signatures on it. The evidence in this case is kind of a mess. And for the few of you that said murder book kind of like a death note, way less powerful than a death note, but I appreciate it. My kid just rewatched Death Note. Louise, like Death Note. Well, not as powerful. Are there evidence logs in Death Note? I haven't watched. My kid,
How that? Yeah.
text my
So I don't know
team.
how that's generated.
Right. So as a
You're the
officer,
case
you have no
agent.
idea where an evidence log is.
You're the
that
case agent.
Has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's argumentative.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log
I'm not the evidence
attendant to
officer.
this case regarding
You're the
those
case
clothing
agent.
items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
Where's
And
your
that's the only
log?
log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm not the evidence
that?
officer.
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
Doesn't matter. I'm not the evidence
I want to
officer.
talk for a second
You're
about
the
the
lead.
searches in Brian Albert's front lawn.
I'm
that took-
gonna let them finish. Do you remember 100 years ago on Monday when he said one of his key responsibilities as the case agent was keeping track of the documentation in the case? Like the paperwork is literally one of his primary functions to make sure all of the reports are there. How is there no evidence log until March 14th?
place on and after January 29th, 2022. As the case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
That's not the question that you were asked.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking
Yes,
control of?
record keeping is, I think, what he said.
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days
Losing
and that I had
my mind.
processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handing it over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again,
Sorry.
how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
How many cases
So
have you been the
no
case
idea
agent
what
on?
the chain of custody.
This is like the officer from Canton that was like, I don't know what evidence tape is or how it works. What do you do as part of your job as the case agent if you're like, I don't know how the evidence process works? Isn't it one of the most central features of your job to make sure that evidence is kept secure, free from fuckery?
Of any of these items are the clothing or the taillight material from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts.
Even my
that what
lipstick
you're
is
saying?
tired.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created, and it generates the time and date that a label is created.
And then it becomes part
and then
of your
It shows that it's at our office
case
in a secure
file.
facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
and it becomes
What
part of
happens
your
if the
case
label is
file.
created and it says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, or a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
He's like, trust me, bro.
Objection.
Sustain.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to my knowledge. Alan's pausing on purpose to let that sink in. I would too.
You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022.
Excuse
right?
me,
Correct.
that's not what the Ring camera
At the
video
time that
thingy
you
shows.
seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
They arrived at Canton PD at 5:30, but the car was seized. It was being put up onto the flatbed at like 4:16 p.m.
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to
Correct the record.
change or
Amend.
the error, the false statement about the time
So
or received and seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. We
Yes.
call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure.
I think Scribner's
Is it a
error is
typo?
fine.
Yes.
It's
It
not
was
a typo.
So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3.
Again, if this was the only thing in a case, if this segment was the only thing in this case where he's like 5:30 is the time we arrived back, we took it at 4:16, it was an error, and I copy and pasted and it was an error, it might not be a huge issue for a jury, but it's not the only thing. We have thing after thing after thing after thing. So Alan is building, piece by piece, an entire picture of all of the things that have gone wrong in this investigation. And it's not at this point, the jury's like, oh, okay. So you just what can we trust? Because it's not just one thing. It is so many things that just keep adding up.
And 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
It's not a typo.
Okay. Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD, to the Sallyport garage, before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
You're
Oh,
the
you're the
case
case
agent.
officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It's your job to know
It
everything.
wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it
Chad.
Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision
That was
to
swift.
transport it to Canton?
Well played.
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
You're the case agent. You're supposed to know everything.
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but 2 barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD
Leave
south,
the crows alone.
from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Ma'am, just moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is he going to wrap up before lunch? I'd be surprised if he did. Also, I think if Jackson was local, he would be
Trooper
saying
Proctor,
as the eagle
you were the lead
flies,
case
but you
officer on
know,
this case. That means that you were required to collect and maintain
Missed
all the
opportunity.
videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you were to come in, that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
where are we going with this?
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about
290?
right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300,
Correct.
a ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right?
Yes.
2 videos from the CARS test on Miss Reed's vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from
When are we
the
gonna see
location at
those?
34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
I want to see the cars test video.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like,
The
I don't
DA
expect you to have the
provides
date
those,
down pat,
right.
but
The DA
spring of
provides those.
2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Generally, law
Yes.
enforcement provides them to the
But
DA.
there was
the DA
additional
provides them
video
to
surveillance
defense.
footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Did
Okay,
you?
next question.
I want to know if he didn't have it yet, which is different.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
What?
Yes,
You were questioned about it, and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage, and I've seen it.
February
The
of this year.
video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's two different ones. There's the main driveway camera, and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
Even if you can't make anything out, you
You
generally
were asked
turn
about
it over.
this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
This is in the federal grand jury.
Yes.
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, looked sort of mainly black and grainy,
Yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage? Right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
It sounds like it.
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That was the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video.
And okay.
And then
so
another,
that-
Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around.
So I truly think their wires are crossed on this, where he's saying, I'm aware there's cameras inside and I reviewed cameras outside. I think their wires are crossed on this because it's two separate things. Yes, I'm aware there's cameras inside. Yes, I reviewed these two videos. Yes, those videos are from outside.
5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was your testimony.
Yeah,
I don't
those
think
two
it
videos I'm referring to in the
helps
exterior of the
are
building.
outside.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport, right? That was the question.
Well, that
Right,
was
and
the
he's saying
video we
the
had,
inside
so
and the
that
outside
was
are the same.
how I referenced it. There was this exterior Sallyport video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sallyport. I'm referring to
I think he
outside the
thought
building.
he was being clear
Why didn't you say that?
because he didn't know there was video inside.
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sallyport, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony, not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sallyport garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sallyport, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
From the exterior.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
On April 4th, 2024,
So did you,
2024.
sir,
It's getting late.
did you give it to the DA and they didn't turn it over? Who did you give the video to?
April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it
You
jumps
guys
from
watched it on
5:08
Monday.
p.m. to 5:50 p.m.
You watched it Monday.
Objection.
Sustained.
It does do that. You watched
Have you
it
reviewed the
Monday.
video?
Yes.
Did you see
We
that
all
the
reviewed the video.
timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Pointed it out
Objection.
on Monday.
Sustained.
Not a house.
Yeah,
I'll see it's on
agreed.
back.
You're on our house. How is that a problem? We did this on Monday. All right, we're going to be getting to the lunch break in court time. We're just a little bit behind real time because I was pausing to
Yes.
Thank you.
exclaim. They're coming back. We're going to be just a few minutes to lunch,
Ma'am,
Yes.
thank you.
and I'll answer questions.
You've reviewed the
over
video,
lunch.
the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV
Yeah, that
after
video
it's
is
pulled in. correct?
terrible.
Yes.
Did you note that the
I
time
asked him about it Monday.
jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sallyport as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that by the
That
way,
shit's flipped.
did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question because it's a little confusing. The second video from the interior of the Sallyport
The one that's more clear.
is inverted,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
You would know. You're the case
I'm not
agent.
sure, sir.
Did you make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that that video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
By whom?
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was
Wouldn't
it
it
weeks
be in
ago
your
or years
notes?
ago?
That was more recent than, maybe months ago, a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started,
What?
mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, are we talking?
Why isn't this in your case file though? Why isn't all of this documented in a case file? And how did Canton PD still have it? Video overwrites. You're telling me from 2022, that video never overwrote into 2024?
Talking about 6 months ago, or are we
What?
talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't.
Good idea.
Yeah, it wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Wouldn't that
No.
be in
Okay.
a report?
So when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, a month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disk.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? Yes. That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He's kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back.
Towards like the rear. Yeah.
Where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
They time travel.
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the sally port, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all, so.
Okay. And you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
Yes.
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
Sir?
So the timestamp in the bottom was inversed. Was like reversed.
What?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was backwards.
What?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left. Okay. I
Was it blue?
believe it was yellow.
What? What? What are we talking?
Yes.
What are we talking about? Jackson's like, I need a minute.
So
I
the
need a
video
minute.
you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or
What?
was not?
Was not.
What?
So as you saw the video,
So, as we are bumping up against the lunch hour, the case agent is saying that when he saw the video was not flipped, the timestamp was. So, who flipped it? Because this whole time, it seems like it came out of the system that way and nobody knew how. It came out of the system that way. It just came out of the system that way. And this is clearly new information to the defense. So when did the video get fucking flipped? Or is it a different video? What is happening? Oh, these attorneys are going to be busy over the lunch break.
The portion of the vehicle that purported to be the
Very
passenger
busy.
side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle, it wasn't reversed, the car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side.
That could have been the video that the defense edited, though. If he's talking about reviewing it yesterday, that could have been the defense's edit. Because the defense's edit on the second camera had different color timestamps than the blue one. This is wild.
It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Well, were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
How?
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
No.
Thank you. Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
Oh,
No,
shit.
it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
How did you have it?
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day.
He
was
said
reviewing it.
yesterday. You just said yesterday.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
No!
All right, jurors.
Were you watching feeds of trials, sir? Excuse me? Are you watching the trial?
Why don't we do 45 minutes?
Are you?
You
Are you-
are muted.
Oh, Jackson's not gonna eat lunch. Jackson is going to be writing down questions. I mean, I don't know, do non-criminal attorneys eat lunch during trial? I don't know how that works. Wow. It's like protein bar and sit in a quiet room time for Jackson to finish this cross. That's wild.
I think I'm.
This is going to continue to get worse.
Mr. Jackson, how are we doing on time? I'm not rushing you. I just want an idea.
You're actually doing very well. I don't think I have more than perhaps 30, 40 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Mr. Lally, how about you?
20 minutes, half an hour.
All right. So we'll finish with this witness today?
100%.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the
Boy. All right. They're taking a 40-minute lunch break. It's been working well for us to just keep the stream open. I will take a brief break and be back right at local time for me is going to be 12:45. So about a half an hour from now, I will be back to follow this in real time at the lunch break. So I'm going to answer some questions and then I'm going to take a quick break. I am stunned. This is not going to go well. The case agent isn't always, so let's do a summary and we'll talk about case agents and whether they're subject to sequestration or not. I am stunned. Leo Walker just super chatted. The judge cutting it off at that point is criminal. I actually think it's a huge benefit to the defense because Jackson has a minute to sit down and go, okay, what did he just say? And talk to Yannetti. What did he just say? Am I perceiving what he just said the way you're perceiving what he just said? And where are we going next? The defense has time to just go, okay, now we can regroup. So the lunch break is going to be helpful to the defense in this. So, wow. Let's try to, I don't have words. Let's try to summarize. Look, this is why you can't make this shit up. Live trials are fascinating, aren't they? We're at the lunch break of day 23 in the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. We're still on cross-examination with Alan Jackson, cross-examining case agent Trooper Proctor, who doesn't seem to know anything about the chain of custody or how evidence gets checked in or out. But all of that has been forgotten for the moment by the testimony leading right up to the end of the lunch break. But first, we do have to talk about the fact that Alan Jackson kind of waited till towards the end of cross. He says he's got about 45 minutes left to cross, till the end of cross, to start asking, but you know Colin Albert, don't you? Not Colin Albert. You know Kevin Albert, don't you? And he was talking about the fact that he and Kevin Albert had worked a case together. He was texting Kevin Albert, who works at Canton PD, to arrange for witnesses and a conference room and bring witnesses, like asking Kevin Albert to let witnesses know when they're going to come in to be interviewed by state troopers after Canton PD was recused off this case, which is wild. And then we learned that they were out together working a cold case down the Cape in Trooper Proctor's cruiser, and they stopped for dinner and had a few drinks. But the next morning, the text messages from Kevin Albert to Trooper Proctor are, "It's bad," talking about his hangover, asking if Trooper Proctor had seen his gun, like, did I take my gun? And Trooper Proctor saying, "I found your badge in my cruiser. Do you want me to leave it in your mailbox or put it in my locker at the gym and you can get it from there?" What is happening? But in all of the Alberts he talked about knowing, he never mentioned Kevin Albert. He talked about Julie and Chris and Colin. And then they talked about the times that they had gone out drinking before. But again, some of that stunning testimony about people just out, drinking and forgetting where they put their gun, which seems to be his duty weapon and his badge, is kind of lost, because now we're getting to the videos from the Sally Port at Canton PD. And hey, Dr. B, I'm in the middle of summarizing. Yep. I'm going to take a break in a few. And yep. Thank you. My brain is so stunned. Thanks, Dr. B. He's like, make sure you eat, which I need to do. He started talking about the Sally Port videos, and it seems that the interior Sally Port videos weren't given to anybody until the trial had started. This trial had started. And so when they're talking about reviewing the interior Sally Port video different from the exterior Sally Port video, Trooper Proctor is talking about the video he saw seemed to be facing the proper direction, but the timestamp was inverted, not the video being inverted. And he's talking about the video that we saw that was inverted. The video that had the tow truck driver getting out of the driver's side and had them moving around in the Sally Port, not the one that was harder to make out. But then he said the timestamps were inverted. Then he said the timestamps were yellow, not blue. And the other interior video that shows a different angle, the one that's much more difficult to see from February 1st, that one had different color timestamps. And Alan Jackson was getting into, when did you see this video? And at one point he said, I was reviewing that video yesterday and it was on a thumb drive. Is it the video that the defense put into evidence? And if so, how would he have access to that? Or was he watching feeds of the trial? It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. I will note that as the case agent, sometimes the lead investigators are not subject to the rules of sequestration, but he is in the middle of testimony. So whatever he is reviewing is going to come out after lunch. And I am very interested to see what he's reviewing, when he's reviewing it. Because he said yesterday, and then he was like, wait, what? It's going to be wild. So with that, I'm going to get to some of your questions, and then we're going to take a break. It's absolutely wild. And again, in cases like this, one thing, putting down that you seized the car at 5:30 instead of 4:30 or instead of 4:16, one thing might not be a thing that breaks a case. Sometimes it can be. But it, in this case, is thing after thing after thing after thing. I just don't know how the state overcomes the lack of trust the jury must have in this lead investigator at this point. Because I'm sure there will be some on a jury that are like, I don't know if this is a massive cover up. I don't know if all these people are in it. I don't know what happened. But what I do know is this investigation is completely unclear. I don't trust what the lead case agent is saying. There are deleted texts. There are deleted calls. There are butt dials that make no fucking sense. There are rehomed phones and rehomed dogs and all the rest of it. So how do you get beyond all of those questions? And is there evidence that is going to push this case beyond all of those questions? And at 23 days in, shouldn't we have seen it by now? I just don't know how we're here. Where is the rest of the evidence in this case? I don't know. I don't know. But I imagine that the residents of Massachusetts are looking at this going, how is this happening? How is this what this investigation looks like? And if this is the one we're seeing play out in a high-profile trial, what else is happening? Because we have questions, and I imagine that they do. I've got so many questions. So, with all of that, let's get to your questions, shall we? So, wow, today. Wow, today. Apparently, the fuckery was too strong for my internet browser and my browser crashed. That's how strong the fuckery was. The fuckery was so strong that my browser just went, we're done. Good Lord. I was trying to play my I have questions, my you've got questions, my FAQ bumper, and the whole thing just went. Chad, it was a butt dial. It was a butt dial. It was a butt dial. I'm going to answer just a handful of questions, and then I am going to take a minute, grab some food. But it was I did not yeet, but I was yeeted by my browser, which was frustrating. But thank you, Miguelina, for putting up our bumper, because good Lord, this is why we have help. Anna says, where is this evidence Proctor speaks of? I don't know. There's no log, so who knows? Michelle LaRock said the poor mom's face. I can't imagine what a victim's family is thinking sitting here watching all of this, because the investigation is a mess. It's just a messy, messy investigation. And I don't know how they overcome it. I really don't know. if they can. I'm waiting to see the rest of the evidence. In each case, there's a moment where you look at a thing and you're like, well, that's the thing. That's going to be the thing. Or at least I do. In the Murdaugh case, for me, that Snapchat video that was recovered, the Bubba video, you're like looking at that Bubba video and you're like, well, that's the thing. How does the defense overcome that piece of evidence? This is one of the first cases where we're in the case in chief. And after each cross-examination, I'm like, how does the prosecution overcome what's happening in cross? It is unusual that we are in this far into a case and you're not sitting there going, how does the defense overcome this and this and this and this and that? I'm not there on this case at this point. I'm looking still at how does the prosecution get past some of the things that have come up in cross? Just how? Christina Nash, thank you so much. And yes, we have had a busy chat. I imagine after lunch it's going to get busier. So it's just wild. Kristen said he is the chief fuckeriest of all of the fuckery. I mean, it's wild. War Critic asked, Emily, do you think the judge has been biased? I'm going with that means been biased through the whole trial. Why is the judge asking the prosecution, are you going to object? This has been a huge problem for me. It's hard for me to speculate because there's times where it seems that the prosecution is standing because they stand to object. And since we don't have a panned out view of the courtroom, that if the prosecution is standing, the judge would naturally look at the prosecution and be like, are you going to object? Because we can't see that, I am not making calls on some of that, because if the judge is looking at the prosecutor and they are already having trouble hearing in this courtroom, I'm not sure. But there are definitely times when the court has been curt with the defense, but there are times the court has been curt with the prosecution too. So as we continue on, we will see. But a lot of the rulings have gone in favor, the ultimate rulings have gone in favor of the defense. And the defense has won some really key objections in this case. So it's not as if every single time it's just a default to the defense loses their objections. They've gotten into some things that I'm surprised they have. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know. But there are times the judge definitely sounds annoyed. Princess Claudia said, can he, referring to Proctor, lose his job with all the quote unquote mistakes he made in the investigation? There are investigations into this investigation. Could that happen? Yes. Also, dude is going to lose all credibility in future cases. And that is a huge problem of what he can touch going forward. Because it's going to be limited about what he can touch going forward, because all of this is out there now. Court TV, good to see you in the chat. Matt Johnson has told us they take a lot of notes and are paying attention. Matt Johnson is one of the Court TV on-site reporters. I met him when he was in Nashville just briefly because, well, the members know why it was brief. Nothing to do with Matt Johnson as to why it was brief. We just were crossing in different directions when we saw each other here in Nashville. But I am not surprised that the jury is paying attention, because this is the case 23 days in, and this is the state's case. Truly. Cora said, everyone, stop. He's already dead. Proctor, I'm not dead yet. It's just a flesh wound. Jackson, all right, then hold my beer. Yeah, it's merely a flesh wound. There's so much more. Why can't Proctor take the fifth? I mean, he could. He's not, but he could. So it's wild. I have seen that Proctor, and I have not looked into it myself. I've seen in the chat that Proctor is on another high profile case in Massachusetts. I can't imagine, how that's going to go, but, could we be here doing this again? Maybe. Allison, thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate that. He looks like the guy from the Hitman game. I mean, not wrong. We talked about this a little bit earlier. So Amy, thank you for the super chats, reminding everyone to take care of yourself. And sometimes that means making the medical appointments you don't want to make. We have a very neurodivergent chat. So if y'all are anything like me, you put off making those appointments forever, and then you finally get them done and go, I beat myself up about not doing this forever, and now I feel better that it's finally done, but why did it take me so long? So somebody get Yanettia Hall's. Goodness, it's been 7 weeks. Greg, I can't believe it's been 7 weeks at all. Lori asked, Emily, how Are they alluding to Colin being the perp when he hasn't been charged? This makes the jury think there's another person who did something, kind of destroying Colin's life if he's not involved. Lori, so the defense has asked the court for, and I think this is a great question, for a third-party culpability, to allow them to explore third-party culpability, meaning could it be someone else? They have to establish that through evidence throughout the prosecution's case in chief before they are allowed to either enter anything into it or before they are allowed to argue it later. So that is why the defense is running down these avenues of, could you investigated this person? Could you have investigated that person? Why didn't you investigate Colin? Why didn't you investigate Higgins? The reason they are trying to sustain that is because at the end of the prosecution's case in chief, the defense is going to be asking the court again to allow them to get into the potentiality of third-party culpability and to get an instruction on that. And that is why they are doing it. So if the jury believes the testimony that Colin Albert left before the group from the waterfall came back, and the judge thinks that that evidence is clear and unassailable, then they might not be able to get into it. They might be able to get into it as to Higgins. They might not. We're going to have to wait and see to get into it at the end of this. So Jamie said, thank God CPAs can be law nerds too. Any interest in the law can be a law nerd. And, especially for those of us that are actual lawyers, we need all of the CPAs because, lawyers don't math. We need it at all. Amanda said, my BFF used to be a cop and she'd tell me zero about any open investigation. Right. This guy is terrible. Love your coverage, Emily. I mean, working at the DA's office, I worked with a lot of cops. We talked about the investigations. We were working together because I had a case, right? You don't just chat about ongoing cases. You just don't. AT1CV, which is wild. All right, chat. I am going to go. I had some internet issues a little bit yesterday. I don't know if that is the weather. I will be back in about 15 minutes. I think I'm going to go restart my router to do that. So I will be back in about 15 minutes. I'm going to leave you with some of our delightful Streamyard music. You guys know I love being a Streamyard. Emily, what are you doing? Don't do that. Don't do that yet. Me cutting myself off mid-statement. You guys know I love being a Streamyard partner, and that is where the lovely vibey background music comes from. So while the court is on lunch, I will be back in 15 minutes. So I will see you guys. Make sure you get yourself some snackies, take a stretch, go to the restroom, get some water, stay hydrated. We got a lot more court to come this afternoon, don't we? I will see you guys in a minute. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. All right. Hello, chat. How are you? All right, we are going to be resuming back from lunch. Hopefully my internet plays along with us. We did a whole reset over here over lunch. So if you see me down in the corner eating just a little bit, it's because I was resetting my internet during lunch and not eating. For those of you that are in the app, we're sending out an app notification now. Thank you, Mingolina, to let everybody know that we are back from lunch if you have not done that yet. LawnardApp.com. Come join over 50,000 Lawnards in the app so we can let you know when critical things happen in court, when we drop our summaries, if you miss a day in court, when those quick bits go up, and the rest of it. So we will keep you in the loop because I know life gets busy. Not all of you, especially with the length of this trial, can do gavel to gavel day in and day out. And some of you are like, oh, girl, it's great. You're body doubling with me as I live my life and do my work. So we are going to return back to the courtroom now and see what happens. We're not going to be able to zoom very much, which is unfortunate, but you know that it's just what it is, isn't it? At this point, we're not going to be able to zoom, but I want to see what happens. I want to find out about when he was reviewing this video and if it was yesterday, because was it yesterday? I really want to know. All right, let's get into it, Law Nerds. Oh boy, Trooper Proctor back on the stand after lunch to resume cross-examination. And you know what that means? We need to
Bring the witness in, please.
not just bring the witness in, Your Honor, but we also need to
bring the jury.
We need to bring the jury. So Alan Jackson is having one of his most fun days in court ever. I imagine,
All right,
especially
Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
you don't get to cross-examine like this
Proctor,
often
before we broke,
as a
we were
DA.
discussing
And he
Sally
seems to
Port
be
video
having
that you watched
the best
several
time.
weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of
In other words, the font color.
my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
What, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully.
Where did they come from?
Those Sallyport videos end up in the possession of the
Who
Commonwealth?
asked for them? Where did they come from?
What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sallyport videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sallyport videos?
He said he thought the chief of police.
I believe it was the chief of police.
Okay,
Why
Chief
is
Rafferty specifically gave him
Why is the chief of police pulling videos? Is that what?
whatever videos were provided.
Correct, that's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
My cat sat.
I want to stay on the subject of videos
On
for a
my
second,
notebook.
but shift gears to the Ring video footage. You've already testified that there were
Are we coming back to this? Are we done with this? Are we not done with this?
several hundred Ring videos from One Meadows from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those Ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the Ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes.
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's Ring account in that cell phone, is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his Ring app on his cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring.
Which means
app.
some
So
way
you-
or another, you could get access to the Ring videos.
Correct.
And they
watch
did.
those Ring videos on his app
And they
on the
did.
phone.
Yes.
Which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper
I'm going to have to imagine that when we get into digital evidence, we will have evidence from her cell phone and other evidence that she did in fact. So we will see. We don't have that evidence yet, but
also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
From memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the Ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
Best of my recollection, I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes.
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Correct.
Right.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
What?
Do you recall exactly, as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
I mean, I have no problem with post-it notes, but then it should be memorialized into a report at some point. Lally's reviewing what the defense is handing to the witness to review
If
to
you wouldn't
refresh
mind taking a look at the top or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
I'm going to zoom while he's reviewing.
Trooper Proctor, do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the ring video, he indicated taillights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home. In
What?
Correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? Is that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Before I lose my mind, here is my question. Because they are talking about reviewing the ring video. They shouldn't be reviewing any of this directly off of a phone, but we will talk about that another time. I wonder which video from the ring, because there are multiple cameras. There is the camera at the garage and there is a camera at the side. So I am wondering if the side camera shows red lights and they are saying, could she be arriving home, because they are seeing red lights on the snow. So I am not assuming at this point it is the one from the driveway, not the one from the doorway, because there are two. So I am going to wait and see, because I've got questions, because there is some ring video at 12:41 a.m. So I am going to wait and see before I'm trying to withhold. I'm going to wait and see if I'm going to lose my mind, because it could be the other video. We will see. But they've got video of something.
You wrote a report on November, I'm sorry, I earlier said November. It's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times that were of note
about
to
that.
you in that ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
The majority of them. Not every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
Don't you on there,
Okay.
It should be in that giant binder with stacks of notes. Did the defense take it back? They probably did. But I've got questions about what footage
I'd ask you to review that
from
report,
12:41.
especially as to page 2 and 3.
I'm zooming while he's refreshing his recollection.
Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your
And-
reports, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report,
I need to hear about this on
in his
redirect.
handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m.
What?
gone, correct?
Yes,
What?
it's something I've tried to find through ring for months, as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
So
Well, we need to hear from DeChico.
at some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
Do we know which camera it's
The
from?
objection is sustained. Mr. Jackson, don't wave that again, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's he waving around?
The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 12:41 and January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of
what?
your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was she treated?
Excuse me, sir. This is what Jackson wants to ask. Sir, how many times have you called Jen McCabe a cunt? What about anyone from the Albert family? That's what he wants to ask. He's not going to, but that's what he wants to ask. Did you treat her the same or differently? The answer is no.
Treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I've said before, we followed the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
Ask
Did you
it now.
consider her to be,
Ask it now.
for
Ask
want
it
of a better
now.
phrase, an outsider?
With her weird
No,
accent.
not at all.
Not somebody from Canton,
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
Now's the
At some
time.
point,
Now's the time to ask.
your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop some sort of hatred for Miss Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
Do you hate Miss Reed?
Again, we follow the facts and evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Miss Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over yet today. Is that right? On February 4th, 2022?
What? What text message we haven't gone over yet? What text
Might as well turn
message?
to tab 10.
Tab 10?
It's either the bait stamp or the.
I hate not knowing what's coming. They know what's coming, and I don't know what's coming.
Foxtrot. And the bait stamp is 2526.
Tell me it doesn't get worse. Oh, he talked about this in opening. Oh, it does
Yes,
get
sir.
worse.
Do you see an entry from Courtney Proctor a text starting, "I didn't give my."
Yes.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor.
Oh, he's
Yes.
putting it on the screen.
2526, Mr. Bates.
He knows what's coming. Jackson knows what's
On
coming.
that date, February 4th,
I think I know what's
2022,
coming.
your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. "I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael," meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take that down.
No. They're going to approach. Whatever. We're going to zoom. I'm going to read the rest of these text messages. I'm going to read the rest of these. We're reading these together. We're paused and I'm reading the text messages, even though they're approaching, because it's already been seen by the jury. This is text between him and his sister. The first one says, "I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael." And then his return text to her in light gray says, "All apologies to YouTube. Hopefully she kills herself." That's the return text from this trooper to his sister on February 4th, 2022 at 5:40 p.m. The sister responds, "Whatever you know must be bad because some people just say it was bad. Some people just say it was a bad drunken tragedy." And then the sister replies almost instantaneously, "Let's hope she does, so she doesn't drag this out for this family." So they're approaching, but this was mentioned in opening. So they are going to get into probably not the donations, but these text messages. It's really difficult because in the extraction, the Proctor's texts are in light gray. So Proctor's text will come in. I think the information about the donation will not. So let's zoom past that since I paused to read it because that's exactly what we were going to do. Because we can. It's the glory of not sitting in a courtroom and sitting here on the internet with, 40,000 of y'all. And the sister's just like, let's hope she does. All right. We are coming back from sidebar. I know we can't get code redder, unfortunately.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor, "I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me."
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully.
What?
Wait, you're on
Streaming.
live?
Mm-hmm. Hi,
Oh,
buddy.
the pest control guy is here. And Dad is in here.
Okay. Chat. My apology. Does he need me?
He needs a signature.
Chat. My deepest apologies.
It's your husband's fault.
Whose fault is it, Griffin? Come here and tell me whose fault it is before we get into the rest of this nonsense with the fault. It's my husband's fault. He had to take brother somewhere. Chat, I will be right back. I apologize. Give me 30 seconds. Thank you, G, for letting me know. I will be. Sorry, chat. It is summertime is a complex schedules with kiddos. Let's resume this, shall we? Apologies and thank you, everybody. It's just that was not the part of testimony to interrupt my dear sweet boy. But again, trials in the summer. All right, I'm going to back up 30 seconds, and we're going to just. Well, we know what's coming now.
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to. Just this one, or the whole page goes in.
What was objected to
You
was the
responded to a text
sister's
message from your
info.
sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully, she kills herself, correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
I think it was a bit harsher
The
than
figure
that.
of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
No.
right?
No, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a
Figure
lot
of
of pressure on you,
speech.
didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris L, loosely.
Loosely.
Julie L, loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I think the badge was clear and the gun was.
You agreed in
vague.
your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another
Yeah.
cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats this morning.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Your friends wrote this whole thing in their words, stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I had said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact
what?
that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation,
Oh, here it goes.
your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No
word,
ass.
What word do you
correct?
think he's going to end
Yes.
on?
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
You're missing one.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I'd say based off that language,
He doesn't know what that word means, Jackson.
yes.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elba had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And
He's
Trooper
asked and
Proctor,
answered.
it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words,
Yeah.
who you hope just kills herself. right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Oh, shit.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And
Oh,
Mr.
shit.
Jackson, you know better than
I
that.
understand. That's all I have.
Oh,
Mr. Lally?
shit.
Thank you.
Jackson, I don't think gives a fuck. His words, not mine. I'm surprised that Jackson didn't double down with, I'm sorry, Your Honor, my emotions got the best of me. I was just kind of waiting for my emotions got the best of me. But I think Jackson is a little bit mad. He just doesn't. He just, at this point, he's saying what the jury thinks and he just doesn't care. He just does not care. So the judge is going to admonish the jury. Whether the jury will find Alan's comments distasteful or not is depending on how they feel about Proctor. Chat, you let me know what you think about Alan's comment, which, again, shouldn't say, but he's gonna. Well, Lally, yeah. I don't know what you're gonna redirect with this, but that's gonna be interesting. I'm surprised we're done with Cross, honestly, and that we didn't go more into that video. I think he's probably gonna save it for argument instead of giving Proctor a chance to explain. So Lally's like sitting there going,
Good afternoon, sir.
what are we doing here? Uh-huh. How do you rehabilitate that witness, Lally? What, if any, rehabilitation will there be?
When you had started with cross-examination the other day, you were asked some questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
I was going to ask him why. Sir, why don't you like Yannetti? Is that where we're going? We're just going to double.
That's correct.
Why was that?
Yep, that's where we're going.
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me, and he had no basis or no facts for these wild accusations because there are none.
Did he have
This
your texts?
investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office, as well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday.
What?
In the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be, with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there, and instead of
What?
saying okay and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
I don't think he's talking about yesterday in real time, though maybe he is. I wonder if he's talking about yesterday in context of that text message. Oh my God. But sir, did he have your text? Did he have your text messages? I have so many questions. So many questions. So many questions. I'm zooming while they're at sidebar. Oh, they're excusing the jury. I wonder if they're going to voir dire on this. They're excusing the jury. What? Okay. I want to see if they're going to voir dire this witness on this. So the jury's been excused, it seems. Hopefully we get the audio back in court soon. Real soon. Audio back in court, please. The jury has been excused. Can you do this in open court, please? Nope. I'm going to zoom as much as we can and see if they put anything on the record, because I am stunned. All right, we are back on the record, sort of, or at least we have audio back. The witness, I believe, is still on the witness stand. The jury is out. I want to see if the judge says anything. All right, they are coming back from sidebar. What is happening? We're all just going to find out together. Yeah, the defense table looks pissed. I don't know where Lally's going. I'm going to put this at 1.25. I'm going to answer some questions. If that question is, Emily, what the fuck is happening? I don't know yet. But I imagine we're going to find out. But, okay. NY Mom, thank you. We do have the best community. Our mods are incredible. So thank you. And, you know, I appreciate it. I'm stunned. Matt Bond, good to see you, friend. Hello, my spiffy legal mumbo jumbo talkie sister from another mister. I see my OnlyFan has caught on. The OnlyFan joke has definitely caught on. This is a more serious question from earlier today. This is from Just Me. Who asked if the sentence is different because of the victim's profession. In this context, no. In some cases, it can be. But in this case, no, it is not. Because it did not involve him being targeted for his profession, him being in the line of duty and things like that. So not in this case. But I'm very curious.
You are unmuted.
As to what's going to happen and if they're going to put anything on the record.
Please rise for the jury.
Oh, the jury's coming back. Jackson is in full don't give a fuck mode. He really was. Defense attorneys can push it a little differently than prosecutors can. Prosecutors can cause mistrials with stuff like that. Defense attorneys not really as much. So there's a little room to push it, but you never know how the judge is going to respond to that. But the jury is coming back in, so we will see.
Thank you. Maybe seated. Close back in session.
Witness 2, please.
Sienna, he's saying that he's never been...
Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial...
He's never been disciplined before now, but that answer might also open the door while they're striking it. But it might also open the door for them to ask about any discipline he's received since, but we kind of got an illusion that there hasn't been any.
Answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregarded. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record.
The judge is mad. Yannetti looks
Trooper, I
fucking
suggest you listen
pissed.
to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Oh, the judge is mad.
Try that again. As far as you were asked about text messages that occurred in August of 2022 in which you indicated that you did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Correct.
Here we go again.
At the time of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was that?
In August of 2022, why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of...
That answer was stricken. Are we going to do this again? Oh, let's just, you know what? This trial hasn't put anyone in custody for contempt. So maybe today is the day. Maybe today is the day, because I imagine the judge admonished him that answer was improper, or the DA should have at least let him know that's why it was stricken. Is he going to do it again?
Being conflicted and corrupt, spouted in an open court, which there's zero evidence of. Like I said, I stand by the integrity of this investigation, as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Were there also motions filed by Mr. Yannetti or by counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children?
What?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to the children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Have you at any point in time ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that? Objection.
The form? Meaning,
In that form, it's stricken.
Oh, I'm sorry, I sped it up.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other?
That's on me.
From the start of this investigation with an open mind. Like I said earlier, we didn't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those.
He keeps saying we developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th, 2022, was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Ms. Reed had anything to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death?
All the information
That's
gathered
so
after that
compound.
date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And sir, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in a prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm giving you
the wildness
01562,
earlier is
63,
so
64.
out there that I am having a hard time focusing, honestly. I'm like, what is happening? Just what is happening? All right, I'm going to zoom while he's refreshing his recollection about prior testimony.
562, 63, and 6.
I'm zooming still as he's refreshing his recollection from that prior testimony. It's taking a moment.
Now, Trooper, after reviewing those 3 pages, is there now more context to what you were just asked about on one specific page of that testimony?
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had
What context?
told and what you had informed other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both McCabe's and the office, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being the McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
What?
Now, we were asked some questions by Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why.
Did that clear up anything at all? Do you have any idea what Lally is referencing, what testimony he's referencing, or what he's doing? Lally's just like, so that testimony had more context then. What testimony? What more context? What are you talking about?
Your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There was just no evidence that Mr. L was involved anyway. Like I said before, from witness interviews, the statements Ms. Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found underneath the snow that were dug out by the CERT team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed, her statements to us, Sergeant Mechanic and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight, and the fact that leaving Brockton, instead of going to Dighton, she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dighton, which I found odd.
It was odd for her to go get her car?
If at any point in time over the course of your investigation you had evidence which led you to believe that Mr. Abel was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection. Ask it differently.
With regard to, again, you testified beyond January 29th. At any point in your investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Now, if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to that, what would you have done?
Objection.
Then we'll allow it.
Not only myself, but members of my office would have pursued that,
Regardless of his position, correct?
regardless of what he does for a profession.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
I'm zooming while he's approaching because he needs to show the defense
You
whatever he's going to show this witness first.
You recognize that?
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
Again,
And, sir, if I could direct your attention within there to page 2535.
Yes, sir.
You were asked some questions about text on that page, but also there's a text on that page that begins with, they arrived at house together, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29th, 2022 at 11 p.m.
And what is the content, or what did you send to that group in that text message?
The message reads, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
And so that's also information that you had late in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
Inform that sustained.
it's leading.
With respect to that information you conveyed in that text message, when did you learn that?
On the during the course of the day on the 29th.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Retreat.
Okay, but was the victim hit by a car? Because, like, we don't know that. Because we haven't seen any evidence of that.
Now, you were asked some questions about people that you spoke to on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And that included Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Kerry Roberts. Is that correct?
Miss Squirrel asked in the chat, and a couple others have asked as well, more than a couple others, because there's over 40,000 of you. What evidence about them getting into an argument? There was testimony from witnesses, and then there was a statement by Karen Reed, but that statement was that they had argued previously, and that she wasn't staying there. But there was witness testimony regarding that, because witnesses said Karen told them that she and John had gotten into an argument. It wasn't necessarily them getting into an argument in the car, but it seemed that Jen McCabe believed that with the length of time they were sitting in the car, that they were arguing in the car. So there was witness testimony about that from, well, mostly Jen McCabe.
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Dunn interviewed Miss Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes.
But you specifically yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text communications that were contained within that chat with your friends, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something about charging decisions. Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially fact finders.
So as far as what Miss Reed was charged with or when she was charged with it, that's not something that's within your purview,
No,
correct?
Lally, that's within
No, not
your
at all.
purview. The jury doesn't know that necessarily. We know that.
Now,
It's within Lally's
specifically,
purview.
You were asked some questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper DeChico in regard to the medical exam, correct?
Correct.
And those
Hi,
occurred in
George.
April of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant, Ms. Reed, charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
That wasn't until June of 2022, correct?
It's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you're aware that there was a
He's
grand jury in
leading.
this case, correct?
Objection.
He's leading.
Call the trial.
Yes.
Answer that.
And are you aware of certain witnesses that testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Sporty Bello testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
And so false reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Sporty Bello had testified before that grand jury. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah. We haven't heard from the ME
Now,
yet.
the Albert family that you were
Lally.
familiar with some members of, that's not an entity, correct?
No.
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not know, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch your phone, Mr. Mayor.
It's just so fucking leading.
How many members of the Albert family did you know when you started this investigation in January, or when you received this call on January 29th, 2000?
More than none, Lally. He knew more than none. Isn't that the point?
22.
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
Now, you were asked some questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home on February 10th, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that date, had you ever been to that home prior to February 10th?
I'd not been to that. That's kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert, when was the last time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
I believe I had reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister when I was going on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was in February 2022. Correct?
yeah.
So what
Yes.
my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert, if you know?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Now, with regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes.
Was there any response from you?
No.
Did you have
Sir?
any further communication?
It doesn't matter that there's no response. You interviewed her in a homicide investigation, and she felt comfortable enough with you to text you back and ask you to send her video of your sister skiing. That's kind of the point.
With Julie Albert after that interview on January 29th, 2022, related to this investigation?
I recall the serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
Those
And
conversations
was that something
normally
that was
happen
solely
with the
done with Julie Albert
DA.
or other witnesses or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury, it's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they obviously have questions about the process.
Now, as far
I mean,
as
there's either going to be a grand jury or
babysitting
prelim. They're
for
going to
your
have to
children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
testify
No.
at some point.
As far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, is that something that you had asked for or something that your sister had suggested?
Yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Your sister thought it was a
And you were
good idea after you interviewed them as witnesses in an ongoing homicide investigation to suggest that they babysit your kids.
Some questions about
Okay.
text messages with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term, well, let me ask you this first. With regard to from January 29th throughout at least January, February 2022, this was this case became.
Gene commented in the chat, and I think more than once said I have the screenshot of Jen McCabe posted in Law and Crime 5 minutes ago. I would be highly suspicious of that from the amount of high profile cases I have covered and watched. The internet will do what the internet will do, and anyone can change their screen name to anything. I have seen people pretend to be jurors in cases on Reddit and Facebook and the rest of it. I wouldn't believe or assume that that is anyone connected with the case. It is generally people changing their screen names to troll in different chats. So I honestly would just be incredibly, incredibly suspicious of anyone positing as a witness in this case. So it happens in every single high profile case that people pretend to be connected and they are not. So I really would unless it is I really, really would just caution that that is highly unlikely. And that is typical interneting during cases like this. So I wouldn't I wouldn't think that that is accurate. So just proceed with caution because internet gonna internet.
And, something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what you spoke to your sister about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean by that?
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media stuff that was being discussed on those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that you had with regard to your sister, how would you describe or how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her, if any?
Just general information, nothing specific about the case.
You were also asked about a specific text from your sister on January 30th. It started out with, I believe it was Jesus Christ. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in reference to the body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And so she's asking you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes.
So fair to reason that that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
Correct.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustained is to your form. Watch how you ask these questions, Mr. Lally, as your witness.
Yes, sir.
It's
with regard
leading.
to that information, as far as who
leading.
the homeowner was, what, if anything, had you shared with your sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text from her, indicating her knowledge?
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything with in regards to the homeowner.
Now, in regard to any issues of a gift or request for a gift, how would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that in jest? How would you characterize that?
Speculation.
I didn't take.
It's speculative.
I didn't take that offer seriously. And as I had mentioned, I believe on Monday, that I didn't ask for a gift. I never received one. I kind of said, get my wife a gift. She had been home about 10 straight nights with the boys. We had another homicide a week before. So that was my response, get Elizabeth one. And she never received one.
Now, you were asked some questions about Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
And as far as what, if any, information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34 Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
My understanding, Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin's birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride had arrived out front and left at sometime around 12:10 a.m.
Was that information that you had prior to your interview with Colin Albert?
We knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
And at any point in time in your investigation, what, if any, evidence did you
We knew Colin wasn't at the house because the time was provided by Colin.
ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app, Colin Albert is leaving around like 12:10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 12:20 a.m. So they did not cross paths.
What? Whose
Mr. Jackson was
whose Waze app data is that in evidence? What are you even saying? And have we seen that? Did you have Colin Albert's phone? Because you said you didn't. I'm so confused.
Asking about some people as far as interviews or later in October or so of 2022 or beyond. You were given 5 names as far as Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Ms. Levinson, and Colin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked about 3 people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only 1 person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
That math match up as far as 5 people, 3 given, and only
What?
1 person not interviewed?
No.
Now, with reference to Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba, to your knowledge, have they been interviewed at any point in time?
No.
And why not?
They weren't present for when
thank you,
the
Hunk
adults
Banana.
arrived back from the waterfall.
My
They
brain
left
hurts.
34 Fairview like Colin
Thank
Albert
you.
prior to the waterfall people coming in.
Objection.
Sustained is that phone.
What, if any, information did you have with regards to the whereabouts of Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Colin Albert in relation to 34 Fairview and the arrival of people from the waterfall?
They had left the residence.
So, with respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed and
Why are we talking
not
so much about
Ms. Kent,
Colin
Ms.
Albert?
Fabiano, and Ms. Alba?
Colin was falsely accused of
Objection.
That's why we're talking about Colin Albert.
Can you
Non-responsive?
answer that same question Mr. Lally asked you differently?
You can't tell a witness that,
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
No, if it's Your Honor, you can't just be like, you can't testify to that. What? If it's non-responsive, then you sustain the objection, then he has to ask it differently. Okay.
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
What?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
We're going to back all of it up. I'm so confused by this whole interaction.
With respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed?
Oh, that's
and
why was he interviewed late?
not Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba?
Colin was falsely accused of
Objection.
It is non-responsive. Well,
Can you
it is
answer that
responsive, but
same
it's a legal
question Mr.
conclusion.
Lally asked you differently?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Answer it.
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
That had no evidence to back that up, that he was involved whatsoever. My office and myself felt the need to interview Colin, sit him down, and get his story, his facts of that evening. So that's why we interviewed him at that date and time later on.
And when you say we, do you recall who was present with you when you interviewed Colin Albert?
Trooper Zachary Clark.
Now, are you aware of Sergeant McCabe?
That is responsive to the question.
Screenshots from both Colin Albert and from Miss Allie McCabe in relation to text communications they had about picking up Colin Albert from 34 Fairview on January 29th.
Yes.
The screenshot text we saw weeks ago.
You were asked some questions about Miss McCabe's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any material on that phone, are you an expert when it comes to cell phone extractions and what different material may mean within a Cellbrite extraction?
No, that's left to Trooper Garino in our office.
Are you aware of reports regarding those searches from Trooper Nicholas Garino, a Miss Jessica Hyde, and a Mr. Ian Whip?
I am aware of those, yes.
And those are people who are experts, or those are people who have special knowledge or specialized knowledge as it relates to Cellbrite technology that you do not, correct?
Objection.
Form of the question is sustained.
What, if any, knowledge are you aware of Trooper Nicholas Carino, Miss Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to Celebrite or cell phone technology that you do not have?
Objection.
Allowing it under voting.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
They mute the audio in court when they go to sidebar. That's why you keep hearing the tone dials and the "you are muted." So the court gave the case that she was allowing this under. We are going to see what's happening. But the reason he's talking about third-party culpability, even though he said third-party culprit, is because it was in a defense motion, and that's when they decided to interview Colin Albert. He wanted to make sure that he said had no substance to it whatsoever. Well, we will see what happens.
Are unmuted.
As we return from the sidebar.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let me rephrase that just a little. As far as
Which means the defense won part of
you're
that
aware that
objection.
Trooper Nicholas Carino, Miss Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen have all looked at Miss McCabe's Celebrite and extraction information, correct?
Yes.
And their knowledge, their specialized knowledge in regard to those areas exceeds your own, correct?
Yes.
We haven't heard from any of those witnesses yet, though.
Now, as far as your conversations with Kevin Albert, how would you characterize those in relation to this investigation?
They had nothing to do with this investigation. Like I said, we were working a cold case together. We also work on other cases together that, unattended deaths that I'll respond to, a potential suicide or an overdose in the town of Canton that I'll respond to. But the topic of our conversations were in regards to the cold case or unresolved case that we're working together.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, we're on Wednesday.
I did the other day.
The state seemed to indicate they'd be done by Friday.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Text communication with Kevin Albert.
I'm not optimistic.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to debate stamp pages of 2600 and 2601.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regard to activities on that particular date, you had indicated that you had conversations with Kevin Albert about working a cold case from the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically on that date, where did the two of you go?
I recall going down to the Cape to at least interview at least one person of interest.
And that was down in the town of Sandwich, to be specific. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in reference to
I didn't know there was a town of Sandwich on the Cape.
Do you recall that?
I do.
If I could direct your attention to page
But okay.
2602.
The only reason I learned anything about the history of Sandwich was from Ladies of London. 'Cause,
And what if any
reality
text
TV is my
communication
jam.
is contained on that page as far as you asking Kevin Albert any questions about his address?
After I informed Kevin Albert I
so
had
leaving.
located his badge, I follow up, what's your address? I will drop it off after the gym.
You're asking his address because you don't know his
Leading.
address, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
So
Why are you asking
leading.
for his address?
I've never been to his house and I don't know where he lives.
You're so close with him that you don't know where his house is, correct?
Lally, you don't get to lead. You're on direct. Lally is getting pissed, and you can hear it. You're so close with him, you don't know where his house is, right? It sounds okay.
Sustained.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that was sustained.
I approach just to retrieve your honor.
Yes.
Well, he's like, we're gonna play this game all day long.
You were asked some questions about ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to be clear, did you delete any Ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's account, either on his app on his phone or from the materials that you received pursuant to the search?
Absolutely not.
Now, when you saw that there were Ring videos missing from times that you expected videos to be, specifically what I'm asking about is Ms. Reed or the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, and the defendant's
Where is
departure
the
from One Meadows
data
to Fairview
from
Road
Ring,
later
though?
on that morning. What did you do?
I am done. I am just done. Can you just bring in the digital evidence? I just want the digital evidence. Just show me what Ring says. Give me the activity log. Bring the cell phones. Show me where the cell phones show people going. Bring the car backup camera. I just want the scientific evidence because I don't know if I can listen to any of the rest of this. I want the data from the car. I want the coroner. I want the cell phones. I want the Ring log. Where is the digital evidence? It is day 23.
I reached out to Ring several different times. They informed me if a video is deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's essentially kind of gone forever.
Their system doesn't show it.
With respect to that time frame, what, if any, other additional steps did you take to try to retrieve that video? Was there a second search warrant, sir?
Yes.
You were looking for additional information from
leading.
that same Ring video, correct?
It's leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, were you looking for in that second search?
Additional video.
You were asked some questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
And as far as that 0041 note, do you know what that means?
That just tells me it's a time.
What?
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
That's something Trooper DeChico could answer for.
He doesn't know. DeChico has notes. It seemed that the notes were about what he saw. I don't know how you're going to get around those notes. You're going to have to call DeChico.
Questions about Sallyport video at Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
I'm very
You
curious about
arrived at
this.
the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6, video number, I believe, 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage where you testified on Monday, you observed some damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of some other Ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house showing the defendant, Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, arriving at his house, in which you can see damage to the right passenger taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of a cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Station, Police Department, specifically Lieutenant Ray, going to One Meadows Ave at 8:22 in the morning on the 29th, in which you can also observe damage to the taillight?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form.
As far as 8:22 in the morning, what, if any, video from One Meadows Avenue are you aware of depicting the defendant's taillight?
Canton Police Department went to conduct a well-being check, and on the dash
Lally,
cruiser
we know all
camera, you can
this.
see the back of Miss Reed's vehicle and the right taillight to
Lally,
be broken and missing pieces.
We know all of
And
this.
as far as
We've seen
your
the video.
time
It
at
speaks
the,
for itself.
home indicting the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was towed from that location on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, video are you aware of from that driveway, which depicts the right rear passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle?
Yeah, as the vehicle's being put on the tow truck, you can make out that there's some pieces missing.
Some pieces missing.
Now, sir, if I could turn you back to those text messages with your friends, January 29th, 2022. With that time in mind, at that point in time, well, let me ask before, as far as all those other videos that we talked to, all of those videos precede your time in the Sallyport garage at 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Obviously.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned in your testimony the other day, earlier that at some point in time later in the day or early in that evening, you had met for a debriefing with yourself and the other troopers involved in the investigation on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say the information that had been collected by yourself and the other troopers on January 29th, you had that in mind, or were you aware of that when you were
Leading
involved in these text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
compound.
And so were you, at that time that you're texting with your friends, you had seen the defendant's vehicle
Correct. Yes.
and you had seen the damage to the taillight, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had conducted a search around 34
All
Fairview
leading.
and recovered Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker and a taillight.
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
And I think the reason the defense isn't objecting
anything
more
were you aware
because
of?
they could object to almost all of these questions is because it's not going to help. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter, right?
In regard to Lieutenant Tully doing with the CERT team at 34 Fairview earlier that day.
I'm waiting for Lally to just
Detective
be like,
Lieutenant
I'm trying,
Tully
Your
and the
Honor.
CERT team conducted a search, discovered several pieces of broken taillight pieces, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's missing shoe.
And the shoe that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had retrieved, what, if anything, did you observe in relation to that and the shoe that you and Sergeant Mechanic had retrieved?
It was under the snow.
Yeah,
Same
they were matched. They were both black Nike sneakers with the white logo.
Now, you had talked to first responders, correct?
Yes.
And that included firefighter Flamati,
Correct.
and that included Sergeant Good.
Yes.
You had done interviews with regard to Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Matthew McCabe, correct?
Yes.
The defendant
Yes.
and other troopers from your unit had also interviewed Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of statements that were attributed by Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe
To the defendant.
as far as what she told them earlier that morning?
Yes.
And you aware of statements that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts had made to the troopers in regard to what they had observed that morning?
All leading.
Yes.
Now, were you aware that both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicated in interviews on January 29th that when they had
I would
got to
object to that.
34 Fairview Road, they could not see Mr. O'Keefe's body? However,
Objection.
the defendant sort of bolted out of the backseat of the vehicle directly over to Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Objection.
You can ask that differently, Mr. Lally.
Yeah, in a non-leading way.
With respect to the statements from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts,
See, the problem with Lally leading, though, is now the witness, who seems exhausted, may pick up on where he's going with it and then be able to answer it. So Lally is just basically leading in all of these questions, hoping that he will kind of pick up on what is being put down with, nobody could see the body except the defendant knew where the body was, because obviously she knew where he was because, well, I think they're going to argue because she hit him. That's how she knew exactly where he was, because she just left him there.
in regard to their arrival at 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. in the morning, what, if anything, stood out to you or were you aware of in
was not
relation
a
to
cure-all.
those statements?
Yeah, from those statements, as Miss Roberts was driving down Fairview, Miss McCabe was in the passenger seat, Miss Reed was in the back. Obviously, whiteout conditions as they're coming down, like that slight hill, getting just before the left side of the property. Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts indicated that. Miss Reed said, "There he is. I see him." And Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts didn't know what Miss Reed was talking about. They stopped the car. Miss Reed ran directly over to John O'Keefe's body. And even when Miss Reed had exited the vehicle, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts still didn't know what was going on and what she was running to.
Now, were you aware from your conversation with firefighter Flamati that the defendant had stated, "I hit him," in the presence of firefighter Flamati earlier that morning?
That's
Yes.
leading.
And were you also aware of statements the defendant made to other first responders about her being or getting into an argument with Mr. O'Keefe as she was dropping him off at 34 Fairview, indicating the last time she saw him?
Later on, in subsequent interviews.
Right, not that day. Which is true. I believed Kerry Roberts' testimony.
At the time,
I thought it was some of the most
you're sending
clear
these text
testimony
communications
at
within
all
this group
about
chat,
this whole
in
thing.
later part of the evening of January 29th, 2022. What is it that you did know in relation to your investigation with regard to Ms. Reed, the defendant, and or anyone else?
All right. So we knew the last person seen with Mr. O'Keefe alive was Miss Reed. We knew they were traveling to Fairview Road. Witnesses stated they saw a SUV out front of the house. It went from one side to the other. Miss McCabe was texting John, parked behind me, things of that nature. John never went into the house. And then the following morning, Miss Reed, Miss Roberts, and Miss McCabe located Mr. O'Keefe in the front lawn. I observed those injuries at the hospital. The one sneaker. Later on in the day, the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Tully, found broken taillight pieces that matched Miss Reed's taillight, as well as the missing sneaker that matched Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Some inconsistent statements that Miss Reed had provided to Sergeant Mechanic and I. Yeah.
So at the time that you made those comments, disparaging comments in regard to Ms. Reed in the context of those communications with your friends, as inexcusable, as unprofessional as those comments are, the information you had was that Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Yeah, it's leading.
You've got to watch the form, Mr. Mallory. It's sustained.
The time that you made those inexcusable and unprofessional comments, what did you believe the defendant had done to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe, based on all the physical evidence and facts, Mr. O'Keefe got out of that vehicle holding that cocktail glass he walked out of the waterfall bar with. Miss Reed pulled ahead and then backed into him, struck him with her vehicle, and then left.
Then came back 5.5 hours later, correct?
Correct.
It's leading.
Nothing further.
Jackson?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
I don't know if that helps. Chat, what do you think?
So you think that your assessment, personal assessment, that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car gave you license to call her a cunt?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Right?
It was his innermost thoughts and feelings.
Based on the evidence, sir, my emotions got the best of me, so it was in poor taste. Yes, it was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my emotions that gotten the best of me.
And you called her a whack job. Gave you license to call her that too.
Yes.
Gave you license to say to your friends, oh, no. She's fucked. Right?
That's what I wrote.
Gave you license to say that she's a retard.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have an agenda?
Objection.
Sustained. Same question.
Thought it was a good one the first time.
It was a good one the first time. I think it's fine.
So the fact that
I think you're allowed to ask. Did you have a determined outcome when you started this investigation?
you believed personally that your narrative was she hit him with a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot, right?
Objection.
You indicated on cross-examination
recross
that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Ms. Reed's right rear taillight, correct?
Yes.
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox.
It sounds so different when you say it that way.
Allow it.
The context.
Yes, my
is-
mailbox.
Yeah. So he obviously knew where you lived.
Yes.
And then you said
It's a good point.
There's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever.
It's a good catch for the defense to get to. You said you were going to leave it in your mailbox, so he knew, even though you didn't know where he lived, he knew where you lived, which is moved by kind of quickly in all of the other things Jackson has said, but it is a good point.
Talked about.
Though I would rather, at this point, honestly, see Jackson's face or the witness's face than the defendant's.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence,
right?
Correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Right?
I am one part of a greater group of detectives that gathers evidence. I'm just one part of that unit.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
Objection.
You're the case officer.
He's got the
lead
pointy
detective,
words,
correct?
that's for sure.
Yes.
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr.
It's
Jackson.
our-
Do you have anything else?
It's argumentative.
All right, Trooper, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, jurors.
Yeah, I'm sure they have feelings about you too, sir.
Next witness, Mr. Mallory.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Lieutenant Brian Tully to the stand.
Okay. I can't believe we're done with Trooper Proctor. So we definitely need to hear from Tully. There are so many people we still need to hear from. I don't know how this is going to get done. All right, Tully. We got questions for you too. This is witness 58. My head hurts.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Take this.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Brian Tully, Tully,
Everybody's Brian.
And how are you employed, sir?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the state police?
18 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Mass State Police?
The rank I hold is Detective Lieutenant, and my current role is the Unit Commander for the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
And now, how long have you been?
How's your week been?
Let me ask you first, as far as how long have you been?
Not good?
Lieutenant of the state.
I was a first lieutenant in 2021, and then I attained the rank of Detective Lieutenant later in 2021.
And
I miss
reference
all the
to,
Murdaugh
your current
beards,
unit,
all
how
of the
long
sled
have you been
agents'
a
beards.
member of
I
that?
really do at this point.
I've been with the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit for 12 years.
And prior to and throughout the course of your work within the detective unit, the Norfolk DA's office for the state police, what, if any, specialized training have you received and or given in regard to investigations and how they conduct?
Trainings.
For the first 10
they
years as the
involve
rank of
solo
trooper and
cups?
sergeant, I was on the homicide section of the unit. When first entering the unit, I received instruction on how to conduct homicide and death investigations. In addition to that, I attended over 200 hours of specialized training in the use of cell phones and cell phone technology in the furtherance of criminal
Fantastic.
investigations.
You're going to 1.25 for the background
Further on,
training.
I have now been an instructor about cell phones and cell phone technology and criminal
For
investigations.
the background
I've
training
taught,
and experience,
death
we're going to
investigation
1.25.
classes around the Commonwealth.
When we get
and,
to
as
the
well as
technical
search and
data,
seizure
we'll go back.
law in Massachusetts.
So
Now,
I'll slow him
if I
back
could ask you
down
just,
later.
with respect to your unit, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the role and what does your unit do with respect to death investigations within Norfolk County?
So each district attorney's office has a state police detective unit assigned to it. So Mass General Law, Section 38, Section 4 says that the district attorney is in charge of all death investigations. So if
That's
someone
so
passes
odd
away,
to me.
essentially not in the presence of a doctor or the circumstances that led to their death was outside the presence of medical care, the district attorney is in charge of the investigation or their
so
representative. And so
different.
each DA has a state police detective unit assigned to them to act as their representative. In certain jurisdictions like Boston, Worcester, and Springfield, the DAs in those counties have said that those local departments can be their representatives, but throughout the Commonwealth, the state police is the DA's representative in those death investigations.
Now, as far as
Gotta love
assignments
Worcester.
go, or as far as how is it that, well, as far as how an investigation is run, how is it that a call comes in? If you could take the jury through sort of from the time the call comes in, how that investigation is.
Don't.
I'll talk in a typical
We've done this.
state. Oftentimes, someone passes away, again, not in the presence of a doctor, gets found by somebody, a loved one, a friend, a passerby.
Hey,
They call
chat,
911.
when we get in, if there's anything you need to do, I mean, I love that there's 41,000 of you here, but if there's anything you need to do and you have the Lawnard app, when we get into any technical evidence that he might have procured, I'll text you in the app. We caught up to real time. That's why it glitched. Damn it. I will let you know. I will let you know when we get to any, and we might not today, when we get to any of the cell phone data.
No.
And so what are sort of the parameters, or what would be some of the reasons that certain
If you have the
civilian
Lawnard
cell
app,
phones would be seized?
I got you.
Well, use the word seize. So when I think of the word seize, I'm thinking in the legal context where I think there's probable cause to believe, more likely than not, there's evidence of the crime I'm investigating held within the data of that phone.
Okay, I'm gonna slow this back down because I backed it up because it glitched. It glitched. My brain's glitched. It glitched when we got to real time.
Sometimes if we believe there's information on the phone, we may ask for consent for that one specific thing,
when we get into what's on the
for that
phone,
one specific
I'll message you
reason.
guys.
But outside of that, unless I have that belief there's data on a phone,
Of course,
I
I've
won't
got you
ask for
guys.
consent or seize a phone and pursue a search warrant.
It's okay to take a few minutes.
Now, are you aware of certain cell phones that were either seized or granted access via consent in relation to this
I got you.
investigation?
Yes.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
And the defendant's phone was taken into custody on January 29th as well.
Yes.
Now, as far as civilians, there were two civilian witnesses whose phones were given via consent and then extracted, that being a Jennifer McCabe and a Kerry Roberts, correct?
Were they
Yes.
fully
And
extracted?
so why was it that Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phone was taken versus some other witness in the case?
Well, they had information relative to the actions of Ms. Reed and the communications with specifically those two individuals on the morning of the 29th. So we wanted to memorialize them and save them.
But you let Jen delete
Now, sir, with
stuff.
respect to your involvement on January 29th, where and when did you sort of leave and become involved in the
Did you notice that
investigation?
when Kerry
Beyond
Roberts
sort of
testified, she didn't say, I voluntarily gave my phone a million
Shortly
times?
after noontime, we had learned more information that necessitated a broader search. So I had reached out to Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara with the State Police CERT team to assist with processing of a scene. And so since we were going to be processing a scene, it was prudent for me to leave my house, dig out, and drive to Canton.
And sir, with respect to, you mentioned dig out from your house. What were the conditions?
Oh my God,
like
was there
around the time that you
snow? Sir, was
there's
there
probably-
snow?
8 to 10 inches at the house. So I had to dig out my driveway and the large snowbank at the end of the driveway that's caused by the plow in order to get a vehicle out and head to Canton.
And where is it first that you were heading to?
I first went to the Canton Police Department to talk to Chief Berkowitz and wait for the arrival of the CERT team, and then to 34 Fairview.
And as far as the CERT team was concerned, if you can, explain to the jury sort of the process from your perspective, from your end, as far as activating the CERT team, what it means that they do.
We've
when
gone through
complying
all of this
request.
with the CERT team supervisor.
We work with Lieutenant O'Hara frequently. I called him on a cell phone, and the CERT team is out of a different chain of command. So the state police is a very paramilitary organization with specific chains of commands with different structures. So I reached out to him and asked for his assistance with this investigation.
Lots of chains of
He had to get
command.
further approval up his chain of command, mostly for overtime and to pay the troopers to come out.
Because they all had to dig out.
That would be the way that I would make a formal request to the CERT team.
And so the initial phone call that you make to Lieutenant O'Hara, you don't have the power or the authority to sort of direct him to dispatch his team and go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as that initial phone call that you make to Lieutenant O'Hara, do you know about what time of the day that was?
It was about 2 p.m.
And what was the purpose of sort of that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara?
To give
Oh,
him a
Mick
heads
McIntyre,
up,
I
because it
did-
needs to be a conversation
Mick Matty
up
Ice
my
and
chain of command. So above me, there's
I
a
don't need to
detective
go up
captain.
your chain of command, sir. Mick Matty Ice, yes, I totally forgot when we switch witnesses to go back to
But I wanted
not code red,
Lieutenant
so motion
O'Hara
granted.
to be aware of the request was coming so that he could at least start polling his people to see who was available to respond to Canton.
and tell them to start digging out. That's what he said in his testimony.
And with respect to the weather, if you could just in general terms, describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the weather conditions on that day.
I observed a blizzard-like conditions. It was snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay. Chat, it was snowing. It was snowing. It was snowing. I don't know what he's approaching. Oh, I can't. I went to go zoom and I couldn't.
Finish.
There we go. That's all the zooming we've got. I'm out of zooms.
And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are certified records from the U.S. Department of Commerce out of Asheville, North Carolina, for weather reports.
Y'all asked for it. Chat, you've been asking for weeks. For those of you that are new to this case or new to this channel, the chat has been joking. Here it is. The chat has been joking for weeks when we were going to get certified weather reports. And here they are, the certified weather reports from this witness. Chat, you asked. Here they are, day 23 of trial. And out of Asheville, North Carolina, are the official weather reports. We haven't seen a coroner. We haven't seen the cell phone data, but at least we have the official weather reports to prove that it was, in fact, snowing.
From Norwood Memorial Airport, Massachusetts, for the dates of January 2022 and February 2022.
So for the entirety of the months of January 2022 as well as February 2022, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Norwood Municipal Airport and where it is in relation to the town of Canton?
Yes.
And where is it?
It's the next town over.
And as far as, are you familiar with a Neponset Street in Norwood?
I am.
And does Neponset Street also carry into the town of Canton as well?
Yes.
And with regard to 34 Fairview Road, about how far away is 34 Fairview from Neponset Street?
From Neponset Street, it's a mile, 2 miles.
So relatively same geographic area as far as the Norwood Municipal Airport.
How else do you prove that it was snowing?
Yeah, I would say as the crow flies from 34 Fairview to Norwood Municipal Airport, that's probably 3 miles.
And sir, with regard to the records before you, from your memory of those dates and those times in January and February 2022, is that a fair and accurate?
I think the
portrayal of
witness
what it was
testimony
like,
is enough.
Temperature-wise as well as precipitation.
Yes.
I like that question.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come off the seat to introduce the minutes.
Now do you want to see me?
Thank you.
Oh, they're approaching at sidebar over the weather report. Wait, I have a few more zooms, chat. We're almost back to live because I did pause. Now we are back to live. There's nothing more. I cannot zoom anymore, but there's the official weather data. So in case anybody was really, truly confused about the excessive witness testimony over the snow, there was, in fact, snow. I'm going to get to some of your super chats. Well, they're almost back.
You are unmuted.
As we get to the snow.
And I'll take it.
The North Carolinians in the chat are like, no, leave it alone. Wait, it was snowing? Apparently the weather reports say it was snowing.
And so, Lieutenant, at some point you respond to 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived there?
5:30 p.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone else, from the state police preceded your arrival?
There was at least 2 members of the CERT team present, including Lieutenant O'Hara.
And if you recall, where were they located in relation to the residence?
They were directly in front of the residence.
Now, as far as their search was concerned, how was a determination made, or who, if anyone, made a determination as far as where they were going to search?
So typically when I work with Lieutenant O'Hara, I kind of give him direction. So in this case specifically, I learned from Sergeant Buchanan that Mr. O'Keefe was found in an area between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. So we concentrated that area. And so I talked to Lieutenant O'Hara that this is going to be our parameters.
Court TV,
And
good to see you
he
lurking in the
instructed
chat.
his people how to deploy
It was snowing.
to that area.
We now have the weather.
Now, sir, as
data
far
that
as
it was-
beyond sort of directing, as
snowing.
far as an area is concerned, what, if any, other involvement do you typically have when it comes to the CERT team and how they conduct their search?
They're professionals with expertise in that. So essentially, I just point them in the direction, and it's up to them to figure out how to deploy it and get the mission done.
And so what, if any, involvement do you have as far as when they begin and how many people are involved or when they end or anything like that?
I'll have some consultation with Lieutenant O'Hara, but it's really his call to make.
And as far as this particular search on January 29th, do you know how many actually responded and how the search was conducted?
There were 7 members. Most, if not all, had typical snow shovels, and they used those shovels to systematically go through the snowbank that was in front of 34th Fairview within these 2 parameters.
They did like a grid pattern, we've
And
heard.
over the course of, now as far as where they were searching, can you describe sort of the road conditions as far as snow removal had concerned? Or
You're not wrong, Court
where
TV.
the
We do
precipitation
still need
amounts were
justice for Chloe.
concentrated with respect to the road?
So the road was only plowed really right down the middle. Barely 2 vehicles could get by at a time. The snowbanks on either side of the road were protruding into the road.
We've heard all of
So
this.
that was kind of the snow setup. Our cruisers were just kind of buried in snowbanks a little bit down the road as we excavated this.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, what, if any, information did you provide to Lieutenant O'Hara as far as items being searched for, or what was he directed to be looking for?
There
Dr.
were 2 items
Tracy,
specifically. We were looking for potential pieces of a taillight of a vehicle and a shoe.
but I think Ryan Hall, y'all would be like, leave me
As far
out of
as
all
a
of
shoe
this
and
mess.
potential pieces of a taillight, where did that information come from, or why
This is not my
those
weather.
the items that were being looked for?
Relative to the shoe, when Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor responded to Good Samaritan Hospital and collected the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, they realized that there was only 1 shoe present at the
We've
hospital.
heard this from
They
multiple
had contacted
witnesses.
the Canton EMS and other people who cared for him, and they'd learned that a shoe wasn't removed at the scene, and that when Canton Fire and EMS arrived, Mr. O'Keefe only had 1 shoe on. So it was important to locate that second shoe. Relative to the taillight, we'd gotten information that witnesses stated that Miss Reed's vehicle had a broken taillight, and so we were looking for evidence of it being broken at that location.
And with respect to the search that was conducted by Lieutenant O'Hara and members from the CERT team, where was that in relation to either the roadway or the front lawn of 34th Fairview?
Well, as we were excavating this, or as they were excavating this snowbank in front of it, we realized that the snowbank protruded about 3 feet into the roadway. So as they were moving this first part of the snowbank,
Would've been
we're
so
essentially
helpful if
shoveling the
somebody had
road.
measured from the curb
And so
to
as
the
they continued
snowbank
on
and then
there, they would
the
then
curb
hit
to the
the
flagpole.
curb area.
Some
And
measurements
as
would
far as beyond the curb area, as far as grass,
help.
front lawn, was the CERT team members, from your observations, able to go beyond the curb into the front lawn area?
No, they're having difficulty shoveling with plastic snow shovels onto the lawn, from the lawn.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Tully, with respect to the
Let's
CERT
see if
team
these in-ears
and their
work
search,
any
what, if anything,
better.
did you do to document and memorialize their efforts as far as
That's
any
the
items that were
inside.
recovered?
I took photographs of items that were eventually found in place and documented them in a report, and they were collected in evidence bags.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, is he the one who brought in the evidence that was recovered then? So the shoe, is he the one who has it?
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I imagine that he's going to be the one who has the shoe. So I guess we'll see from him. I'm not going to do this now. 'Cause I'm confused.
Jurors will be stopping at 4 today. Okay.
So we've got about a half an hour more. We are on live, so there's not much we can do. Let's see. My in-ears are bugging me. Like we're just done for the day. My brain is tired. My in-ears are tired. All of the tired. But I think we're going to see the shoe.
I'm going to place before you 2
photos,
direct your
shoes.
attention to what's been marked as Exhibits 111.
For those of you asking in the chat, socks, no one has ever talked about socks. No one has ever talked about seeing socks.
I do.
Or there being socks.
What do you recognize those to be?
The photographs that I took that afternoon.
May I approach this?
I don't know. I don't know if the victim was wearing socks. I don't know if it's his regular habit to wear or not wear socks.
Publish just a couple of these
So,
exhibits.
okay.
Lieutenant.
I don't know. But we can't
And
zoom.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 111. Lieutenant, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If I could ask, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 111?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the flagpole I previously mentioned.
And if you could, using
Oh, chat, that's a really good point. In the photo that we saw briefly today, there were socks on his feet. They might not have taken them off of the victim and placed them into evidence. They might have stayed with and on him. So that would explain where they were, because there were socks on his feet earlier today when they showed the picture from the hospital of the clothing. Very good catch, chat.
the laser pointer.
But they might not have taken them off of him at all.
Significance you observe in this exhibit.
So this picture was taken to memorialize
The snow?
this piece of red plastic here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 114. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 114?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant.
We've gone through all of these photos.
It's that same previously
With the
mentioned
CERT team.
red plastic. The purposes of the multiple photographs, I'll take one as overalls, and as I get closer, I'll take more photographs to give better context.
And these photographs of these items, were they taken, the items that you're photographing, were they moved in any way prior to you memorializing them with photographs?
Well, they were uncovered by
Yes, this
the
piece in
shovels.
particular, a CERT team member, as he was removing the snow with the shovel,
Right.
had picked up this piece of plastic with it. I asked him to place it back where he found it, where it approximately was, so that I could memorialize it in place.
So it was picked up and you asked him to put it back where he found it, and he did so?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 117. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 117?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
Members of the CERT team doing their excavation of the snowbank.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 120. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 120?
Yes.
That's the shoe up against the curb.
Attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph?
A black Nike sneaker with a white sole that was
And a
recovered
white
in the snowbank.
Swoop.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if any, comparison did you do visually with the sneaker that you observed in this photograph with respect to the sneaker that was recovered from the Good Samaritan by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan?
They matched both in make and model, size. The shoe that was recovered by the troopers at the hospital was a right sneaker. This one found was the left, or a left.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 127. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up there as 127?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in that photograph.
A clear piece of plastic.
Now, with respect to this clear piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you observe or did you note of significance as far as the surface of that particular piece of clear plastic?
I noticed that it's curvature in shape, and there are raised dimples, for lack of a better term, that were along the outside of this piece of plastic, or on one side of it.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have, lastly from this group, exhibit 131.
Casey in the chat asked, what time were these photographs taken? They
And
were
again, Lieutenant,
after
do you recognize what's up on the screen
4:30
as
p.m. on the
exhibit 131?
29th.
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That is a photograph that I took at 34 Fairview that depicts a red piece of plastic.
Can we continue that down, Mr. Officer? We can have the lights back on. Thank you.
Leonard fan said, didn't we already do this? Yes,
Now-
we did with the CERT
With
team.
respect to the
And
items
we are
that
apparently
were,
doing it
observed,
again.
And photographed by you on January 29th.
I think part of the reason that Lally brought this witness up next to do it again was to show what evidence was found in the late afternoon, early evening of January 29th.
During the CERT team search, what happened with those items from the scene?
They were collected, placed in evidence bag, and brought back to our offices to be secured.
And if you could, as
No,
far
no.
as the
Don't leave me there.
evidence sort of system is conducted with regard to this case and other cases and investigations within your unit, can you explain to the jury that process of sort of when an item is seen or an item of evidentiary value is seized, what happens?
Well, first, to provide context, by policy, I am the evidence officer for the unit, and I have assistant evidence officers who assist me in the caretaking of the evidence. So we'll use this particular instance where evidence is collected at a scene, it's memorialized in place, placed in, if it's the right shape and the right condition, in a paper bag with some notes placed on the outside of the bag, transported to our office where it's secured either in a temporary locker or the permanent evidence area.
Okay, how are the evidence logs created?
And as far as when it's taken into custody and put into a bag, what is sort of the protocol?
And for those of you asking,
policies
he is
with
state
regard to,
police. He is not
how
Canton
that bag is
PD.
marked, or what is done with that bag once you have the item contained there?
There's certain piece of information that will typically go in the bag, the name of the person who is picking the evidence up, put in the bag, the date, time, location, a brief description of the evidence contained in the bag. And it will then be taped, and initials will be placed on the tape to memorialize who did the taping and the date in which the taping occurred.
And as far as the supervisor, as far as evidence is concerned, you mentioned that there are some evidence officers who are assistants to you as the actual evidence officer.
Yes.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who were those evidence officers within your unit?
Relative to the homicide section, it was Trooper Jeff Kotkowski and Trooper David DeChico.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage at your office, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's managed, where it is, and how items are checked in to evidence once they're seen?
We have an evidence tracking system. So as evidence comes
Does it
in, we
print
place it
things
into the
out?
system. A label will be created and placed on the outside with the case number and an item number specific to that bag. It will be placed into the evidence room, which is locked in two different methods and has an alarm code pad, and you need your ID pass to swipe in order to enter. And only certain members of the unit have access and know the code to the alarm. Me obviously being the one, and the two assistant evidence officers. And that's subject to inspection by the state police frequently.
Is there a log?
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this time, it's essentially yourself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kotkowski, who had access to that evidence storage area.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the remainder of the troopers within your unit, would they have access to that same evidence storage area?
No.
Now, with respect to your unit at this time, late January of 2022, how many troopers were in your unit or under your supervision in the detective unit at that time?
There were 13 under my supervision for the unit as a whole. Specific to the homicide section, there were 4 troopers and 1 sergeant.
And that number, as far as 4 troopers and 1 sergeant, is that sort of a typical number, a low number, high number?
Historically for Norfolk, that was a low number. We have since had more transfers come in to the unit.
And how many do you supervise within the homicide unit at this point?
1 sergeant and 7 troopers.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage area, is there sort of a temporary versus a permanent storage area contained within that locked and coded storage area?
Yes.
He said
And can you
that.
describe sort of the difference between the two and how things are managed by either you or your assistants with regard to evidence?
They're the
within
longest
the locked
questions ever.
So because only essentially 3 people have access to the permanent storage area, if a member collects evidence and brings it back to the office and does not have access to the main storage area, we have another temporary storage area that is allowed by policy where they can then secure the evidence. The next available time, the person who has access to the main room will come in and transport that piece of evidence from the temporary area to the permanent area.
As far as that transportation or transmission from the temporary area to the permanent area, what, if any, sort of documentation is generated in regard into that?
Yep.
There's no notation from one location to the other as allowed by policy.
Why?
And as far as when items are seized and when their labels are sort of printed in relation to those items, is that always done sort of simultaneously when the item comes in, or how is that typically done timing?
Well, same with the label printing system. So only the evidence officers have the ability to create the labels and put it into the system. So you need them to create the label. So if a member comes in, doesn't have access to that system, place it in temporary storage area at the next available opportunity for an evidence officer or the assistant evidence officer to arrive, know that there's evidence there and process it, place a label on it, and stick it in the permanent storage area.
Now, with respect to those items that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road at the roadway in front of it, where were those items located with respect to each other?
They were, in total, within a 5-foot area. So if you're looking at the house, from right to left was how they were found. First was that first picture you displayed, which was the red piece of plastic. About 3 feet from that was the Nike sneaker. About 1 or 2 feet to the left of that was the clear plastic, and just next to that was another piece of red plastic along the curb of the road.
Okay.
And as far as those items that were recovered and bagged and placed in
Other
evidence on
than
January
the evidence
29th,
process,
did you have
which we've gone over
occasion to bring those items to
briefly,
the court
all
today?
of this
Yes.
we've gone
Your
over.
Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And court's only about 10 more minutes today, and we
Sir,
know
I
the
am
judge
not
stops
presenting you
promptly.
Bag.
But this is probably the shoe. I'm going to turn down court just a little bit. At least he brought his gloves with him. We appreciate that.
Lieutenant, first, just with reference to the item I placed before you, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The bag that contains the left sneaker that was seized from 34 Fairview Road that day, outside the residence.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove that item from the bag and display it for the jury.
Yes.
I'm going to turn it down just a little bit because we've got, he's going to be cutting open the evidence tape. It is a sealed bag with notes on it. And that is the shoe.
Thank you, sir. If you could place that in the bag.
Nope, we're not safe yet. And then that's going to go to
Your Honor,
the,
the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
that's going to go to the court reporter who has to log in the evidence.
569.
And then she's marking that as exhibit 569, which
Yeah,
tells you how many exhibits
Yes.
there are in this case.
Sir, I'm handing you 2 separate bags. Do those without
I think this
consent.
is probably going to be the last thing he admits into evidence today. These are the pieces of plastic I would
Do
imagine
you
found
recognize
at
each of
34
those
Fairview.
respective bags, sir?
Yes.
What do you
That day.
recognize those to be?
The bags that contain the red and clear plastic pieces that were recovered from the roadway in front of 34 Fairview Road.
And sir, if you could, just with respect to each of those bags, read what is listed as a description on the
Enraged
outside of the
Bacon,
bag.
I love your screen name.
The description on
The
this first one is
pictures-
pieces of clear hard plastic.
All the pictures
taillight
of the
cover.
shoe
Location 34
have a
Fairview
white
Road,
sole.
Canton.
There are some that have shadowing because it's dark and there's a camera flash, but all of them have a white sole.
The description is pieces of red hard plastic taillight cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to open each of those bags and display the items for the jury.
Okay.
I really would love to be able to isolate, and this might help, the
Sir, if I could
pieces
ask
of
you to
taillight
start with
found
the red
on the
plastic.
29th versus the pieces of taillight found later, and take a look. Because it was much fewer found, obviously, on the 29th. The evidence from the 29th is not in evidence yet. The photos of it are, but the physical pieces are not in evidence yet. That's why he's doing it for the chain of custody here. Ryan asked if they were buried in the snow for days, wouldn't they be more caked in snow? The shoe was only there that day. They found it same day, depending on when John O'Keefe was in the snow overnight or not, but it was under 24 hours. But they were dug out of the snow when they took the photos. And they were pretty caked in snow.
All right, Mr. Jackson, they're coming in.
So, and the shoes in the video
No
looked,
objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
the shoes in the victim's shoes in the videos from CF McCarthy's in the waterfall also looked very clean.
Lieutenant, before we get to the next item,
But
if I
I
could
also
just ask
keep my white Snolda
a couple
Adidas
questions in
clean
regard to the search.
like that.
January
It's
29,
not odd to me.
2022. About what time is it that you arrive in the area of 34 Fairview?
About 5:30.
And had yourself or any members of your unit, to your knowledge, been at 34 Fairview at any point in time prior to your arrival there that day?
No.
Objection.
No, I'll allow it as to whether he knows whether they were or not. No.
And about how long was it that you were on scene at 34 Fairview that day?
About an hour.
Now, with respect to when these items were found, do you know approximately what time the first item was located?
He was
by a
going to say
member of the search
appeared.
team?
Yes.
And what time was that?
5:45.
Now, with respect to at any point in time that you were on scene at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022, was either Trooper Proctor or Sergeant Buchanan on scene at 34 Fairview while you were there?
No.
So the first taillight pieces they found, and we went over this with the CERT team too, were at 5:45 p.m. on January 29th.
And with respect to around that time, as a supervisor, were you aware of where they were or their location at that time?
Yes.
And where was that?
They were following a tow truck that was towing Miss Reed's vehicle from Dighton to Canton.
Well, actually, they were technically already
Now,
in
with
Canton.
respect to the vehicle and or the pieces of red and clear plastic that were found by the CERT team at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, what, if any, conversation did you have with respect to Lieutenant O'Hara in regard to the vehicle and sort of the damage on it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We wanted to know what we were looking for. Specifically, Lieutenant O'Hara wanted to know what are we looking for and what's the scope of the items we're looking for. So we had discussion about how much taillight we believed was missing from Miss Reed's vehicle, so that as we go along, we would know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
And so with respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to share with Lieutenant O'Hara with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle at that particular time?
I didn't have much information because it was still on a tow truck or being loaded up into the Canton Police Department at that time. So I didn't have any actual knowledge of how much taillight we're looking for.
And prior to you leaving from the scene at 34 Fairview Road, along with the CERT team on that date of January 29th, even at that time, did you know the full extent or how much taillight you were looking for at that time?
No.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just to, with the court's permission, Your Honor, may he remove the items from that second bag before him?
The court's yes is very much like, can we move it along, please? Parker's Planet, thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it. The Law Nerds appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted membership.
Lieutenant, from the two items that you have before
Those are
you
fairly
in hand,
large
you
pieces of
referenced, one of those clear
plastic.
pieces having some sort of stippling or raised surfaces on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just with your finger or just in some way delineate to the jury where you observe that.
Oh my God, you can
So
see it.
you can see it as you look through it. You can see almost bubbling of it. And as you run your finger along, you can feel indentations along there, as well as the ridges that are along the top end here that appear on both pieces.
Anyone else in their brain just going,
Lieutenant,
ruffles
if you
have
could,
ridges? Anyone?
place those
Just
items
me?
back in the bag.
I need a snack.
And Your Honor, Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
That's the other direction, Anthony. I was,
571.
that's why I said I need a snack. That was the other direction.
Your Honor, my
Now might be,
given the time and given
good
where
time
I
to
Why don't
stop.
you come to sidebar and say this?
they're going to sidebar. I think they're going to be done for the day. Dr. B cannot bring snacks today. Dr. B is out and about. He brought food this morning though. So I'm going to catch us up to real time because we were a little bit behind real time.
I'm going to, rather than while we keep talking, I'm going to go ahead and send you home.
So the jurors are
Please
dismissed
do
for the
not
day.
discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case.
Oh no, I have lots of
If you
chips
happen
left.
to see, hear, read anything about the case, please let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. So tomorrow will be 9 to 4, 9 to 4:30, and we hope to get started right away, okay? Detective Lieutenant, I'm just going to ask you to file out after the jury.
Full day of court tomorrow.
All rise.
I hope that some of this gets put on the record, but full day of court tomorrow till either 4 or 4:30, depending on where we get. We've got a lot of digital evidence not in yet. I expect we'll get more into the victim's cell phone, the defendant's cell phone, the defendant's car, the coroner, maybe the medical examiner at some point. So.
You may be seated.
And again, for those of you that don't have the Lawnerd app, I will tell you tomorrow if we start getting into digital evidence with this witness. So I think they're probably talking about scheduling at sidebar.
Well, so he does a bunch of other items. The only connection is that he also does a test.
No, don't mute it. God. We want to hear the scheduling stuff. Well, we're going to stay here while the scheduling happens. Full day of court tomorrow. It's, yeah. My brain's tired. Your brain's tired. One of the jurors was unable to continue today. And then we got into the rest of Trooper Proctor, who probably wished he was unable to continue his testimony today, but he did. We've got to hear from a few more people from the state police. I don't know how they're going to do that in 2 days. It's Wednesday, right? When are they going to do that? Because they were supposed to get to the defense's case on the 17th, and I am very, very concerned that we're not going to be done. So this is going to take a minute. I'm going to continue to do super chats. I hope that the judge is saying, when are we moving forward with this? I hope. Ken said, I'm a death investigator at an ME. I have questions. Yeah, you and me both have questions. And the court is off the bench. So I guess we're not going to hear any of that on the record. Hopefully we will have some idea. But that is a long, long day in court for all of the lawyers, for sure. And I do have all dressed chips that Runkle brought. They are back there. So, all right. And the judge is off the bench, and we are done for this day. What a day 23 was. So let's do a quick summary. I'm going to get to some questions as best I can. I'm going to take out my in-ears because they are making me crazy today because we are tired. So Can I hear? I should leave one in because now I feel like I can't hear anything. And that is also going to make me feel unbalanced. And then we'll do a quick summary. Emily, you keep fussing with things. Yes, I am tired. So that's what's going to happen. All right. Just the one. It's going to have to work. Chat. Let's try to do a summary of the afternoon because, my brain is so tired. We're at the end of the day of day 23 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. I am still kind of mind boggled. I don't know how the jury is doing it because my brain is so overwhelmed with information at the end of today that I'm not sure if the jury processed anything after all of those Trooper Proctor text messages. Chat, let me know if you did, because what, if any, information is the jury even still processing here? It was quite a lot of info. We got to the end of cross-examination. Alan Jackson, at the end of cross-examination, went through why essentially Trooper Proctor really only looked at Karen Read as the suspect in this case and whether he believed that gave this trooper license to call her all of the things that he did, talk about it. And the trooper kept saying, essentially, it's regrettable. My emotions got the best of me, et cetera, et cetera. And at the very end of the cross-examination, Alan Jackson ended with, "Shame on you, sir," which promptly drew an objection and a comment from the court that it was inappropriate, and a comment to the jury to disregard it, that the comments of the lawyers are not evidence. I don't think Alan Jackson cared at that point. And Alan Jackson said, I think, "Okay, Your Honor." In my brain, I just wanted him to say, "I'm sorry, Your Honor, my emotions got the best of me." But alas. So as we got to the end of that cross-examination and then into redirect, I don't know how much the redirect helped, but at the very beginning, there was an exchange that then required the jury to be removed from the courtroom while they discussed that exchange. And when the jury came back from the courtroom, they were told to strike the testimony. It is very difficult because at that point, the shit's out of the horse. The jury has heard the thing, but it was clear that the defense was furious at this trooper and that the trooper was not answering directly the question asked. And the question asked by Lally on redirect was, in your text messages, you said you hated Yannetti. It was, that's me summarizing that question. I don't think it was exactly phrased that way, but can you explain those text messages with your feelings about the defense attorney? And he started going into, the defense attorney came in, again, this has been stricken, but this happened in court today. So the jury's not supposed to consider it, but he started going into, well, he has called me all kinds of things in court. He has said that I'm unprofessional, that I'm biased, that I'm this, that I'm that. He filed motions accusing me of things. And he, Yannetti, went to my wife's school yesterday looking for her and started getting into something not related to the text messages in January of 2022 and very much seeming to relate in real time to literally yesterday. And that is when there was a immediate objection, and then the jury was excused, and then the jury was admonished to go and strike all of that. He asked it again. Oh, you're right. His sister's work. His sister's work or his sister's school, and asking if she was there, even though he was not welcome. And he started going on about that. So after that happened and the jury was admonished, he was asked again to kind of stick in time to 2022, what his problems with Yannetti were. And he said, well, as I said before, which has all been stricken, and then started saying he's, said these things in court, and then there were court filings with pictures of kids, and started to get into things that are not before the jury as to why he had those fairly strong feelings about Mr. Yannetti. The rest of the redirect had, I don't know if it had information that helped, because again, the text messages are so overwhelming and kind of overrode, I think, most of the testimony. But he said again, look, investigation was not compromised. I did not think that, Colin Albert had done anything. I don't think that Brian Albert had done anything wrong. There's no evidence to point to that. And he said again and again that there was evidence pointing to Karen Reed, and the evidence as he sees it is the pieces of taillight recovered at 34 Fairview, the statements Karen Reed made to witnesses, the statements Karen Reed made to the medical professionals and paramedics, the statements Karen Reed made to them, the victims' injuries, the fact that a shoe was at the hospital and a shoe was at 34 Fairview. Those were the things he went on about repeatedly. These are the reasons I thought that this was the compelling evidence against Karen Reed. So that was the redirect, and recross was more of the same. So you think because there was this evidence that gave you license to call my client A, and then he filled in all of the things that were said in text messages. And that was the end of Trooper Proctor's testimony. And we are now into the direct examination of Trooper Tully, who is the one that directed the CERT team and told them what was being looked for at 34 Fairview. And we just got into bringing in the physical evidence of the shoe that was recovered on January 29th at 34 Fairview and the pieces of taillight that were recovered from January 29th at 34 Fairview. Those have just come into evidence. I don't know if we're going to get into more of the digital evidence with this witness. I sure hope that we do. I am at this point just waiting to see the digital evidence. I am waiting to see the coroner's testimony. I have so many questions. And maybe that information will help clear it up. But I would imagine that the jury at this point is going to be looking for evidence that isn't dealt with by anybody else, that's not dealt with by Proctor, that's not recovered from anywhere, and see what the phone says. See what the digital evidence says. How could I forget? In the end of cross-examination after lunch, it's been a long day. At the end of cross-examination after lunch, we got into the fact that Trooper DeChico, in his notes, had indicated that there was ring footage from 12:41 a.m. showing taillights with a question returning home, or asking, is she returning home? But that video from the ring camera does not seem to exist. And so Alan Jackson was asking Trooper Proctor if he deleted ring video, and he said no. If that video exists, and he says no. And he said, I don't know what day at 12:41 we're talking about, because it's not in DeCheco's notes. You're going to have to really ask him. And Lally tried to get into it in redirect. He's like, you're going to have to ask DeChico what he meant by that. So there are still a lot of questions about that video and where it came from. Again, this Trooper Proctor, I can't say this witness because we've moved on, but Trooper Proctor testified that he was looking at ring videos on the victim's phone, not from an extraction, but looking on the phone, and then said that when he reached out to Ring about it, they said that if video was deleted, there would be no notes in their system showing that any video was deleted. So there are quite a lot of questions remaining. And tomorrow is day 24, a full day of court. Don't forget, if you want to know what's going on in court, and if you're waiting for the digital evidence like I am, and I'm like, girl, can you just tell me when these witnesses are on the stand? Yes, I can. I will do that in the Law Nerd app, our free iOS and Android app. I keep mentioning it because a lot of you come in and out throughout the day. And some of you are like, wait, there's an app. Yes, I will send you app notifications when we get to different points of testimony that are critical and when witnesses take the stand. Because I know sometimes you guys are like, Lally's on, I'll be back. I will. I'm gonna go and do my laundry, and let me know when we get to cross-examination. I know what it is. You guys are tired. I'm tired. Everyone is fatigued. Tomorrow, we're going to have a new episode of the Emily Show podcast dropping probably after court. We've got quite a lot of court left here. So let's get to some questions. And then, y'all, I think we've done enough work for this day, right? So Chad, I'm going to get to as many questions as I can. I know I will not be able to get to all of them, and I appreciate you. Annie, 2005 asked, where was trial evidence kept during the trial? Locked with the court bailiffs. So each courthouse has a slightly different setup, but once it's admitted into evidence, it's kept by the court and it is locked up by the court. Thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Victoria said, EDB, what do you think about John O'Keefe's mom laughing at the comments Proctor made about Karen? I didn't see that because oftentimes I am monitoring the witness's demeanor and then the chat, but I will go back and look probably when I watch someone else's coverage this evening to kind of process through it. So lots of amazing attorneys on this platform recap the days of trial. So I will take a look. I will go back and look for that. I did not see that. So I don't know how the victims' families feel or how the victim's family feels about Karen Read at all. So I don't know. I don't know at all. Let's see. Aren't there several voir dire witnesses this week? I don't know if that's going to happen this week, Rhonda, or next week. So they've been working on scheduling. I don't know when they are going to get to those witnesses because those witnesses, some of them might have to come in from elsewhere. Actually, I think all of those witnesses have to come in from elsewhere. And that's regarding the motion that was heard at the beginning of the day on Monday. And the court was telling the defense to get those witnesses there. Some of those are the federal accident reconstruction witnesses. And some of that information, those witnesses I think will be allowed in, but some of that information, the prosecution and defense only have the reports they have and they wanted more info. So we will see. So let's continue. River said, Proctor, there was no evidence. It was the Albert. Wouldn't a dead body on someone's lawn normally be evidence? It would definitely raise a question. And then you go from there and you dive into it. So Kaiser the Fox at EDB, I love how you don't feed the extra conspiracy. No, we're going based on the facts that we see in court, because the facts that we see in court, and again, the jury's going to get a ton of instructions about how much weight to give evidence because they are the ultimate finders of fact. But we are relying on what we see in court. And there are a lot of questions based on what we've seen in court so far. There's no need to feed into anything else. This case has a ton of questions. Emma said, I got hit by the open door of a car backing up last week and got taken down. My legs got torn up and I'm bruised to hell, but I wasn't launched and lose shoes. How fast was she theoretically going? From opening statements, it was 20 something miles an hour. The snow might be a bit of a factor there, but we really should hear that from the medical professionals, whether the snow is a factor on whether or not you will end up with the same kind of road rash you wouldn't if there wasn't snow. But then again, at 12:30, there wasn't nearly as much snow as there was later. So I am waiting to hear the car data and to hear if this Lexus, the 2021 Lexus, has auto stop, because we will see. So 20, I think they said in opening 20, upwards of 20 miles an hour. So the chat is saying 24 miles an hour. Yeah. So right around there from opening statements, but we haven't seen any of that testimony yet. Michelle W. asked earlier in Super Chat, why have they not used Karen Read's car's little black box? I don't know why they haven't brought in anything from Karen Read's car. I don't know. I don't know if they have it. I don't know if they don't have it. I just don't know. So Crystal Lindsay said, I genuinely don't get why we are doing this again. I'm just waiting to see what is happening here. Albert said, Judge said to Lally, what, if anything, do you have that is actually pointing to suspect Karen? I don't recall anything, Lally, and absolutely haven't started. Judge say to Lally, I imagine the judge is being like, we have got to move this along. So it's just tough. Albert also said for real weather official data, but still no concrete evidence towards Karen. They believe, and we've heard it now from their lead investigator, they believe, again, the state is saying from the statements, the witness testimony, and what was recovered on January 29th, that is their case. I don't know what more we're going to get. I would like to see more. Motion for a Zoom mug. Rachel, I'm going to have to check some trademarks on that before I consider doing that, because there is a car company that also uses Zoom. So maybe. Aaron said, do you think the official score of the Canton basketball game will be introduced into evidence? Well, we do know that Canton lost. So there's that. Jeremy asked, can AJ bring up him being a prosecutor in closing? I don't know why he would. And I don't know how it would be appropriate argument in this case, because there's so much to focus on in this case, and there's so much to talk about in closing. Closings are going to be fairly long. Watch, just chat. Closings are going to be directly during VidCon, right? That's what's going to happen. That's how it's going. Sean said, say what you will, the Commonwealth has done a great job of proving things not in controversy. They have proved things that are not in controversy. There are high top tables at the waterfall. It was snowing. Zimmy from the bus stop said, I aged 5 years today. All of us did. For sure. Jay Birdie said, day 23, and the only thing we have in evidence is the weather. We do have physical evidence, but the physical evidence is in controversy. And we just are going to have to see where we get. Popcorn History says, winter has come for Detective Tully. Steven said, I hate this for us. We want the phone and video data. Yep. That's where I'm at. Shingmi, I hope I got that right. At least the weather reports weren't rehomed. We definitely have that. Lots and lots of comments about the weather reports. Let's see. Emily said, when you have time, look at John's mother's reaction to Yannetti as Yannetti walks to sidebar when Proctor said he was at his daughter's school. I could be looking at it wrong. What do you think? I will take a look at that later. I'm going to take a minute because I have my head hurts. I don't know about the rest of you, but my head hurts at the end of today. Casey Katz at EDB, with all of the places to watch this trial, there are over 42,000 here now. There were 32,000 sat patiently waiting for you to eat lunch. Unfortunately, I didn't, and just restarted the router, which is probably why I have a headache. But I love that you guys were still in the chat with one another. That shows mad respect for you and what knowledge and snark you bring to the Law Nerds. Well, Law Nerds, this is the best chat on the internet. I just absolutely think you guys are great and smart. And when I forget things, it's so helpful when you guys are like, no, it was this, because I can catch it in real time, which makes it incredibly, incredibly helpful. So let's see. Why are there 2 of the 5 photos of found shoe? Why are 2 of the 5 photos of found shoe different? Loxy, I don't see them as different. They're different angles and with a flash, but I don't see them as much different than like natural taking photos. If that helps. Jackson, I don't know that emoji. Jackson's this loose to going toe-to-toe with the judge. Oh, this close. Yes, to going toe-to-toe with the judge. Well, it has not gone well in other courts across the U.S. this week, but I haven't even had a chance to cover what's going on in the Young Thug trial, but Natalie Lawyer Chick did. I don't know if Ian Rungel has yet or will. I'm sure that Peter Tragos from Lawyer You Know have covered a lawyer getting taken into custody in the Young Thug case. I've not even had a chance to watch, but there is lots of coverage out there. So I don't know if I will have a chance to watch. I really just want to catch up on Bridgerton, honestly, at the end of the day. Emily, why didn't anyone take a picture of the stinking taillight? The most important piece of evidence. It seems that there are no pictures of Karen Reed's car until February 1st. I'm hoping maybe that the tow truck driver took a photo of the damage before the car was towed. But shouldn't we have seen that much earlier? And why haven't we? Why haven't we? I just don't know if they thought it wasn't important. But also they thought Karen Reed's statement, I hit him, was important, but it doesn't seem to be memorialized in any reports. So what is What is happening? I just don't know. Casey Cat, thank you for the gifted memberships. Lisa, thank you for the gifted memberships. It's been absolutely wild. Lisa, thank you for the gifted memberships. Bad Lady Vet said Higgins, most obvious suspect. He hits him with his plow. 3, maybe 4 lie. No one questions. No massive cover up, incompetence, and good old boys patriarchy. Thank you, EDB. Bad Lady Vet, we will see what happens. I want to see what the ME has to say. And we're just not there yet. And it's frustrating because every time I get asked, but what do you really think? I'm like, I don't know what I think. I haven't seen the ME's testimony. I want to know what the victim's injuries are. Code bruh. I know. We code bruh for beyond code what the fuck. We've gone from what the fuck to even my 12-year-old is mad. So that's where we're at with code bruh. Gringa said, shame on you, sir, is just a figure of speech. Yes, his snark, again, he's just a snarky guy. His snark wasn't going to be contained this day. Allison, thank you. EDB, love watching trials with you. Can we have a lip gloss tet soon? I'm not quite sure. I'm sorry, Allison, my brain is not processing, but sure. I lately have just been grabbing whatever's on my desk. Dane Mom said, EDB, can we get a body language expert on this witness? I'm sure people will. The thing about body language is the jury gets to decide. In all the witness credibility instructions, the jury gets to watch the witnesses and decide how they feel about them. So the jury in this case are our experts and they get to decide. And I can't imagine they are thrilled at the end of today. I just hope they can hear everything. That's why Jackson was putting things up on the screen as much as he could with all of it. I think they mean lip gloss tutorial. I just put it on. So I don't know if there's much more than that. Chat, I am tired. I'm sure you are tired. Today has been wild. There will be a summary up on the Quick Bits channel. We will let you know about that in the app. Mods, huge thank you to you. It has been a very busy week. Members, thank you for hanging with me yesterday as we recorded the podcast and did our members only live stream. I am going to get some rest. I hope you guys get some rest. I will see you back here tomorrow morning at 8:15-ish, 8:15 adjacent, 8:15 a.m. Central. No, not CDT. 8:15 a.m. CDT as interpreted by EDB. So 8:15-ish EDB time. And with that, you guys, thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow. Law Nerds, are we ever going to be done? When, if ever, are we going to be done? You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media. And don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.